Kokolioko, chicken they crow for day.
The oldest republic in Africa. And yet, we're one of the least developed countries on the continent, and indeed one of the least developed countries in the world. And I say to you, my fellow Liberians, we deserve a better Liberia. We need to ask ourselves some fundamental questions. Why are we where we are? Most Liberian homes don't have electricity. Most Liberian homes don't have running water. Most Liberians are unemployed. These are things we can change. These are things we should demand of ourselves and of our leaders. We, as Liberians, cannot keep doing the same things and expect different results. We cannot keep electing and selecting the same kinds of leaders with the same kinds of experiences and expect Liberia to change. We have to do many things differently, and that starts with selecting and electing new leaders who know how to create jobs, who know how to grow the economy, who will prioritize the Liberian people first before they prioritize themselves. And this is what I offer you, the Liberian people. The other universal truth that I want to share with you, my fellow Liberians, is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And again, I ask you to look at my record of job creation, of success, of managing large budgets without one penny going missing. All of these things you can look at and compare to the other candidates. And again, you will see that my past performance and past behavior is a good predictor, a good indicator that what I commit to, we will deliver. There are 5 priorities we have, and we call that the what's. And then there are 5 things we call the how we'll do it. And those priorities are as follows. Our first priority is infrastructure. Simply put, it's electricity, it's roads, it's water, and it's internet and cell phone connectivity across Liberia. We have to invest in infrastructure. That is the top priority. That's the basis on which we can and will do everything else. The second priority for us is job creation. There are too many unemployed, underemployed, and unemployable Liberians. The unemployment rate is over 85%. And therefore, job creation is our next priority, creating jobs for the Liberian people. The next priority is agriculture. We are a country that do not fear ourselves. These are things we can do for ourselves. We should be producing rice to feed ourselves. And my commitment is that by the end of my first term in office, we will be self-sufficient in rice production. And within education, we're focused on vocational training, teachers training, and adult education. But we have to educate our young people because, again, that's how we can help them create jobs. That's how we can train farmers. And so these things are all linked together. And our final priority in terms of the what's is health. Because you can have good infrastructure, you can have a good job, you can feed yourself, you can have great education, but if you don't have your health, it doesn't matter. And so health is our 5th priority, and there we're focused on primary health care and preventive health care. So those are the what's we'll do for our people, for the Liberian people. How are we going to do these things? The first how is we want to engage Liberians differently in the transformation of our country. We call this hearts and minds. How do we get all Liberians to participate in the changes that are required? We're going to use arts and music and culture and reconciliation and religion. All of these things, we will be deliberate in using these things to engage us as a people in this transformation process. And so we're doing some work on how we can make those things happen. The next how is that we're going to find the money. We have to find the resources, the money, to do all of the what I mentioned earlier. And the way we'll find the money is, first, we'll go after waste in government. You know, we spend a lot of money on things that we don't need, or we pay too much for things that we do need. So, for example, I believe the vehicles we buy for our government officials, we spend too much money on that. We should reduce the number of vehicles, and we should buy less expensive vehicles for our government officials. We need to reduce how much they make so we can pay teachers and civil servants and police officers and the military officers and healthcare workers, people who actually do the work. We need to pay them more money and reduce the gap between those at the top and those who actually do the work. The other way we'll find the money is going after this thing called corruption. You know, corruption has been the bane of our country. Is the primary reason why we are as underdeveloped as we are today. And we will aggressively go after corruption. The first thing we'll do is we will appoint a corruption czar, a minister in charge of corruption in the presidency that will coordinate all of the agencies that are meant to find corrupt officials. Secondly thing we'll do is we'll make sure we are giving the resources, the money, the right people, the right logistics to the anti-corruption agencies, the LACC, Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, the General Accounting Office, the Public Procurement and Concessions Commission. We will make sure they got the right resources to go after corrupt officials. After that, when we find people who are corrupt, we will prosecute them, we will put them in jail, and we'll seize their assets. It will not be good enough for you just to resign. So those are the things we'll do to really go after corruption. I have committed that I will not take a salary. The salary that is paid the president, I will allocate it towards helping to fight corruption. That's how important I think it is to us. And then the other way we'll find the money is we'll make sure we're getting full value, the full monies we're due from our natural resources. We'll look to exploit other natural resources so we can get the funds required to fund healthcare, to fund infrastructure, to create jobs, etc., etc. So finding the money is the second how. The next how is we want to create a government of inclusion. We want all sections of our country to be represented in the government. We want opposition political parties to be in government because we believe that having a government inclusion will help all of us make the right decisions. It will make sure that we're spreading the resources of our country across the entire country. And then the last two hows, one is growing the private sector. We will focus on growing the private sector so Liberians can primarily benefit from that growth. No longer should Liberian business people be spectators to our economy. And we want to actively support Liberianization and encourage and provide credit and other facilities to Liberian businesses so they can participate. And last but not least, we will use technology. We'll leverage technology to help us achieve our goals. So those are the what's and the hows. But let me end by leaving you again with these two universal truths. One is we cannot keep doing the same things, my people, and expect different results. We cannot keep electing the same people with the same experiences and expect Liberia to change. We need to elect and select different people to lead us, to serve us, to help us manage and run our country. And the other universal truth is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And on those two counts, I believe I stand head and shoulders above the other candidates aspiring. Together, we will change Liberia for the benefit of all Liberians. We will transform our country we will give us a new start, a fresh start, so that all of us can benefit from this country we love. I thank you. God bless you. God bless the Republic of Liberia.
Chicken they crow for day.
Okay, guys, how are you? How are you? How are you today? Today is Monday. Monday. Okay, guys, how are you? How are you? How are you today? Please share this video. I'm not going to take too long of your time here today. And I know we all then listen to Facebook, but some of us have gotten information, and this information came in. I got mine 3 hours ago, and I tried to make some calls. And the calls here is that it's confirmed, but I will consider it as a rumors for now, but it's not a rumors. And tomorrow they will be making an official announcement that the Unity Party will be leaving the CPP, unless something else happens. But it is serious. It's not anything serious on a part in the party. To me, it's just a disappointment towards the Liberian people. But I want to say this to you guys, people who are supporting Mr. Cummings, or people who believe that the CPP was the alternative. Don't feel discouraged. If you want for Liberia to change, you should be part of the process. For me, I can speak for myself. I am not giving up. I have not given up, and I will not until I can see the end of it. Until after 2023, then we know that yes, Liberians are people who will make decisions against themselves. But what I want to tell people who supporting Mr. Cummings is, I want us to be very calm, be very careful what you say out there. At the end of the day, we are all Liberians. At the end of the day, we are all Liberians. It is their right to leave, but let's wait for the announcement from them. Let them make the announcement. Let them give reasons why they are leaving, because they will be answerable to Liberian people. We're not the one going out to say, because as far as concerned, we're not leaving until we're about to leave. But as far as concerned, ANC and Mr. Cummings, we are still part of the CPP. They can come up with an announcement, but I personally, I'm not speaking for ANC. I am not the spokesman for ANC. I'm not the spokesman for Mr. Cummings neither. But I speaking as a Liberian, and every Liberian has the right to interfere into any political party's decision whatsoever, because you know what? It's public. Political parties, they work in the interest of Liberian people. So we have the right to criticize them or to say whatever you want to say. But from the day when the official announcement was made that Unity Party endorsed Mr. Cummings, I knew what next. I had an interview with my source the other night, and he said it. People don't believe it. People say, "Oh, that's not true." But when he called me and talked about it, that there are a lot of things going on, and we hear some strange news. But listen, it's good. The game is on. All the strategies that we've been having because we could not do certain things because of the collaboration and whatsoever, maybe we'll have the time now to do them. Maybe we'll have the time to speak out. Maybe we'll have the time to do a lot of things, but we must continue to conscientize our Liberian people, because right now some of them feel disappointed. I've been on the phone for almost 1 hour, been talking to a certain group of people, and the real truth is that some Liberians are discouraged. They are discouraged about the CPP. I will be honest with you. But it's only in Monrovia, in Montserrado County. So we have a lot of work to do. Don't what my thing I was telling you now, my advice to you, don't worry about the Unity Party. Don't worry about the Unity Party. They are still living in denial and they are still living in the past. They believe that whether Mr. Boaga can travel or not, anywhere in the country, he would take second to George Weah. That his belief. Or the Liberians would prefer him than George Weah. So now it come back to me when the woman had his town hall meeting in Minnesota. Someone asked him the question about CPP. He said, if you get to a river and the river is filled and you cannot cross, yes, you can cross, but they cannot tell you you can go back. So now I understood the whole thing that the CPP, which I will tell you, there is no way Mr. Boaka can win the primary. Facts. After the endorsement of Liberty Party, and we will get voters, we'll get delegates from there. We will get delegates within the UP. We will get delegates within the ALP and the ANC. So we'll win the CPP nomination. But that is why they don't want to go in. So that endorsement have shadowed their opportunities. Stop it. So the Yombly Liberty Party, the UP, and the ALP, I don't want you to be too much with the ALP. Don't be surprised. Do not put yourself on the ALP. Don't be surprised when the ALP join the CDC. Don't be surprised. Don't put your mind on there because the ALP leader is a businessman and he's doing everything possible. He will never support Mr. Cummings. He will never, ever, never belongs to God. So don't be surprised. Don't jump all over the place. Don't be too happy for the UP guys. And you're thinking that when the president said they all in your mind, oh yeah, three parties going to go together. Yeah, the Yombly group will follow. Grand Bassa, listen, I said something first. I said Monrovia, Montserrado, not the entire Montserrado. Mr. Boaga, the people in Grand Bassa County will not even carry Mr. Boaga. You should worry about George Weah in Grand Bassa County, not Mr. Boaga, not the UP, not the UP. So I am confident. I consider myself as the underdog. That is why we must fight to liberate our people, not by the gun. No, it's not a military government. George, we are not running a military government, it's a civilian. And the people, in a sense, that we must change that country. And it starts with you. If you give up and say, oh man, the CPP failed us, then President Weah will be the next president again. If you sit back and say President Weah failed us and the opposition are ready, they're not serious, then President Weah are going to be the next president. Seriously. 2023 will be one of the deadliest, dirtiest election ever in our history. I can see it. And if for some reason George Weah or ANC enter the second round, do not expect support from Unity Party. Some of them don't expect it. Don't. It's so bitter. The hatred that I see, it will be worse. So we have a lot of work to do, my people. We have a lot of work to do. We need everybody. If you are ANC, this is the time you need to open up. Put Liberia first. Understand the agenda of Mr. Cummings. Know what Mr. Cummings stands for. I support Mr. Cummings. I support the ANC. I am not there about the glory. I don't care who cares the glory. But you are an independent. Understand that you love Liberia. There are a lot of independent Liberians. Most of us are not registered members of any political parties. But if you love Liberia, if you love to see Liberia moving forward, we must have a very good leader, a leader who is consistent, a leader who is honest, who has the integrity, who will tell you A is A. We are looking for a leader, not just a leader who looking for who telling you that you should give them chance. No. And let's go back to Liberty Party. Do not feel guilty. There is nothing to feel guilty about. Musa Bilete, as an individual or Liberian, was not the one who endorsed Mr. Cummings. It was the Liberty Party. And if anybody say the Liberty Party, half of the Liberty Party, then you don't understand the word democracy. No, not everybody within the Liberty Party will agree to anything. Even if Yombly was in charge today, not everybody will follow her to support Mr. Boaka. So don't feel guilty that, oh, Mr. Bilty, if you say Mr. Bilty is corrupt, it's up to you. It's up to you. He's still moving around. He's still doing his business. Then let the government go after him. Oh, Mr. Bilty is in the ANC, is in the thing to destroy the CPP. Let me ask you a question. If the ANC, if the Liberty Party was to support Mr. Boaka, the Unity, Mr. Boaka, that means George Weah got nothing to do with it. Because the people who are saying it, they are from UP. They are from UP. Yesterday, not when I say yesterday, I'm not talking about just yesterday, but Mr. Ure indirectly endorsed Mr. Boaka. That means his entire party, he had been saying it over and over. And Delon, Zago, Yombly endorsed Mr. Boaka. So that is okay. That is fine. It's no problem. Bilete and the other people within that same party decided that we'll have a convention and endorse Mr. Cummings for the standard bearership. Oh, that is wrong. Mr. Cummings causing confusion. But 2017, the same Liberty Party split. Yombly Kanga voted for President Weah, George Manuel Weah. Yombly Kanga, who today behind Mr. Boaka because she believed that the CDC government killed her husband. So she's supporting today. And because maybe, in fact, that maybe is facts. Liberty Party was in a strategic position. So being a vice president, her chances of becoming president is easy because Mr. Boaka will not make it according to them. So DeLon and all the people is Liberty Party time. But Liberians, you people it will be a problem for no. You do not believe nobody because you're doing research. You sit there and listen to us and you carry the news. You listen to too much they say. When you hear us speaking, do your research. Find out if it's truth. Find out. Because of Mr. Cummings refusing in the early stage that this is not the time to talk about vice president. That's the crime he committed in Liberia. That's the crime he committed in Liberia. Liberians is in your hands. Right now, the amount of people that listen to me, maybe they're in America, maybe some in Liberia, but share the video. Because you know why most people not listen to me in Liberia? The data. It's expensive. It's expensive to stay long on the internet in Liberia. Only those who have the cash, you buy a data in Liberia, you spend 10 minutes on the internet, 20 minutes is done. It's done. So the real game is in Liberia. We must do everything. If you want to help, go home. Call your people. Talk to them. If you want a better Liberia, do not feel discouraged. It is you. Do not consider yourself you are not a voter. Yes, some of you guys will not vote, but you can do the best you can. You can sit right in America and make the calls. You can sit right in America and support a group in Liberia with your finance if you want a better Liberia. Look, Liberians either keep George Weah or we move forward. But when people telling me that, oh, President Weah will win again, ask yourself the question, how can he win? Where is the numbers? And the only way he will win, unless we see something different that is not better than George Weah. Because you will not tell me that Mr. Bwaka, along with his followers, the people that we're looking at today, will be better than President Weah. I can tell you plainly. I wouldn't believe it. You cannot tell me that Mo Ali will go into office and be better than Samuel Etwe. That's a lie. You know why I say so? Because these were the same guys during the Ellen Johnson time that was calling people names, and when things were going on, they were not speaking. Today, they're standing up. You know what I'm saying? Anthony Kesselly, all the guys that were with Mr. Bwaka, they were right there when all these concession agreements were signed. None of them said nothing. But today, they're criticizing it. So the problem from us is started yesterday and it continues. The playbook that this government is using is the playbook of UPP. UPP. Today we cry on this mental steel deal because what was signed before have not been accomplished, and Mr. Bwaka is aware of it. Mr. Bwaka is aware of it. When we told you guys that everything are going on in UPP, in CPP, Mr. Bwaka is aware. Mr. Bwaka is aware of everything. Ask yourself the question, since he took over the leadership of CPP, CPP have not had no progress, nothing. Because of that endorsement, they will never go to the convention. I said it over. It's done, it's done, it's done. Munel Kishan would rather lose with Mr. Cummings because I believe in his agenda. I believe in his vision that we can do it together. It's not about me. I might not even see it because I got closer friends who just died. I know someone who just died and cannot even get into 2022. So it's not about me. I have not been promised anything, but what I want. My friend asked me on Saturday, what's your goal? What do you want from Mr. Cummings? What kind of job you want in Liberia? I laugh. I'm not doing this because I want a job. Do you know what I want in Liberia? I want the justice system in Liberia to be good. I want when I go home and I sit in my place and someone come to eat burger rounds, when I make a telephone call, the police should be able to rescue. I want justice for people who have been taken advantage of. I want justice for people who, bunch of idiots, criminals, raping people, children in Liberia. These are the things I'm looking for. I want for Liberians who are of college or into high school should get to go back and do the what the thing is. Those days we had the vacation jobs. are looking for technical schools in Liberia for our brothers and sisters who cannot go to college, who will not make it there, but they can do something with their hands and make money. That is what I want in Liberia. Don't worry about me. God bless me. I came in the greatest country in the world. I'm not rich, I'm not poor, but I can work with my hands. If I'm not working, I will still get Social Security. I will still get some other benefits. But there are a lot of people in Liberia will not have it. Will not. That is why some of us behind the whole thing, we want it right. We want it right. If we stop all this stealing, the corruption, Liberia will be a better place. When I hear Liberians talking about, oh, the legislators are the problem. No. Some people argue. Like yesterday, Aliyu telling me I was saying nonsense on Lofa show. The agreement that was sent to the House for mental state, it was negotiated by the executive. It came from the executive to the House. The House do not put it together. You know what I'm saying? Liberia will run a unitary state. The president, the executive has power, appoint the superintendent, everything. The executive is the one who decide on development. You see in America, they got the budget, the congressional budget. They got a group there that look at the budget. Yes, the executive will send it, but they will go through it, scrutinize it, take this one out, put this one back. And some other senators will say, listen, my state, I need this and need that. In Liberia, no, no. But this guy told me I was speaking nonsense. He said they got a budget bureau. Budget bureau is part of the executive. Budget bureau is part of the executive. They're not from the legislators. Yes, legislators make up the salary, that's true. But the executive has the power to tell them we cannot pay because we don't have money. But when you cut down the president and presidential projects, then the legislature will say, okay, fine. Well, if you can give president money to do a personal project, where in the world you see that? Which of the country, even a country that is so rich like America, there is nothing in the American budget called presidential project that, oh, we got $10 billion for $10 million for Joe Biden to move around. The people who got money, the people who got money. But in Liberia today, they give the president money. The president go and spend the money on his own projects. Only in Liberia, we take money and give it to the first lady. We take money, we give it to the former president. They say for her foundation. All that money sort of be used for you, your children. Your children. But you vote for them still. And today, some of you guys still running around. Oh, Joe, we have a win. So be it. Let him win. Let him win. The whole world will laugh at you. They will know that Liberians, when you look at the history of Liberia, the people that went to Liberia, they came from different places. Barbados, and the Barbados, they're from the island, and from Haiti and whatsoever. When our Congo ship, the slavery that they took to Liberia. That is why our ideas, you can't find 100 Liberians together with the same ideas. That is why we fight each other. You found this group correct, they don't want nothing. We find a handful of people who are so corrupt and control majority of the other people, control the entire country. Everyone is in poverty. Because you're hungry, they will give you what you want. But if you stand up, if you stand up for what you believe in, you can change the system. Only you can change it, not me. You, the citizen, the voters, can change it. What Mr. Cummings, let me just go back. Let me put Mr. Cummings aside. Like Dana Cassell. So what the crime that Dana Cassell going to create and commit in Liberia that he's not supposed to even run for president? He left Liberia, went out, worked for money, and came back to the country. Now, Danaka said, wasting it. He spent it all over. That is what you want. But as much as he's spending it, people in the back telling him, he wasting his time. We will eat that money for him. Mr. Cummings came in the place. 2017. Oh, he just came in. Okay, good. Mr. Cummings doing this, doing that, doing that. No, we're not wanting. But we gave power to people who have done nothing for our country. We gave power to Charles Taylor because he killed Liberians. We gave power to Ellen Johnson because she came along with Charles Taylor. We gave power to George Weah because he played football for Liberia. But we can't give power to a man who left from Liberia, struggle, the same poor man, struggle at that time. He was not a Congo man, but now he's Congo man today. Went out there, worked with the biggest companies in the world, make money for himself, and decide to go home. Retire and say, I'm going home to serve my country. Not to even ask for a salary. He served BWI from Ellington. Nobody. Ellen gave him the highest award because you know what? Through his instrumentality, Coca-Cola gave Liberian government $1 million for drugs. He went back again. He hustled, he maneuvered, he talked to people. $4 million worth of drugs during the Ebola time. That's why Ellen honored him. He helped the interim government when Judy Bryant was president. But not because he's not talking, not because his voice is not loud. Who told you your voice got to be loud to be a good leader? Look at the leader of Rwanda today. He don't talk. Soft-spoken, lingy. But when you have principles, that's it. The system in Liberia is broken. Our role models are crooks. We got children graduating every year from colleges, graduating, no jobs. Everybody wants government jobs. No. That is why Mr. Cummings is telling you every day. When somebody bring $100 million to open a company, Liberia can partner with that person. We can match it or put something there just to keep that business going. The JVC, Lamco, how you think was owned by? No, Liberia has share. LPMC. Liberia, it was not, the manager was a German guy. That one of the things, I'm not an economist, but it's a common sense. Common sense. If someone comes from outside, they want to invest in your country to open an iron ore or whatsoever. They say we're going to invest $10 million. Government put in $10 million too. Just in case they want to leave, they can work. Hotel Africa. Liberian government brought Gus Hogan in the country to manage Hotel Africa. He was working with Hotel Africa. Yeah. Small country. 5 million people today. When we were almost 3.5, we killed 250. So imagine, I don't know if that data is actually right. Because during the war, we just gone 5 point something million Liberians. Because we have not done the census yet, so we don't know. And we were 4 million, we killed 250,000 Liberians. Liberians, are we serious? For you to even be brave. Listen, this is not about likeness. This is not about, I love this president. No. That's the job of president. We have to make sure that Liberians benefit from the resources. That's the job of president. We have to make sure you got good schools. For Liberia, it's easy. Good hospitals. We need, in fact, let's just say we need hospitals, roads, and electricity. All these things should be done by government. All the buildings and the total, we will ourselves will do it. How many businesses are we encouraging? You bring companies, tell them, say you go to Lofa County, if you operate in Lofa County, we'll give you taxes. If you go to Maryland, we'll give you a tax break. If you go to Sano, we'll give you a tax break. The farther you go, the better tax you get. In America, they do the same thing. You can get a very big house. You live in the bush, like Chestnut Hill or whatsoever, and you got to drive maybe 20, 30 minutes to 95. Your taxes is different. The taxes in Burlington is higher than the taxes in Chestnut Hill, Pennsylvania, because they're far off. But all the things we're doing, we're stupid. Some of us wasting our time. But to you, no problem. I'm wasting my time. I'm wasting my time. I don't have to. But guess what? That's how it's supposed to be. UP believe that it is their right because they were there for 12 years. They tasted power. So since George, we are messing up, we should give it back to them. Let the vice president try this time. Some people say the vice president do make decisions. Oh, the vice president, listen, I agree he don't make decisions, yes. But the vice president is the last man in the office with the president. Okay, since the vice president had no opportunity, why this vice president could not harass Ellen Johnson to make sure that the local rule was fixed? Madam President, I cannot serve as vice president for 12 years and my county road is not even fixed. What do you expect my people to tell me? I served you for 12 years. No. The farm that the president, that the vice president, what he took it? He took it to Bomi Hills. Because from Monrovia to Bomi Hills, it's a quota. Eh? So today, because 2017, they came second, so they got numbers. Guess what? Don't let them fool you. It's a myth. It's a fantasy world they're living in. Fantasy world. We got new parties. We got new candidates. And you are not the ruling party again. Do you think that the people that supported you, that voted for you, are registered members of you? No. 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 You're making the biggest mistake on your life. Don't be surprised that you might not even come closer to what you think. Seriously. So UP, waiting for your announcement tomorrow. When you give the announcement tomorrow, we'll know exactly why you're moving. Then we know what to do. Liberty Party, UP, do not depend on ALP. Liberians, wait and see. Don't be surprised that ALP might go to CDC. Don't be surprised. Liberty Party, Yombly Liberty Party, whether you like it or not, Liberty Party is more than Yombly. And if you think Grand Bassa County is the Liberty Party county, then you own your own. In a sense that if that what you think, that means Liberty Party is insignificant. You see that? And if you think because Mr. Cummings did not win Maryland, he came second to George. We are the most popular Liberian ever. And if he can't win it, he can't win the election. That's a lie. If you say yes, that means Mr. Bwaka will not win either. Because only one county Mr. Bwaka have won. One county. So if you're talking about base, then maybe Gongolo will only win Nimba County. Then everybody now struggling. So you see, so at the end of the day, there are people in Liberia who believe and they know that Mr. Cummings' agenda is the best agenda for Liberia because he's the only one who have explained it and got one. We have not heard nothing from anybody yet. We have not heard nothing from anybody yet. So all these things you're doing, you go ahead. Break it up. We dare to serve the Liberian people. We joined the CPP because we believe that we can bring people together. We believe that we can work together as one to make our country right. CPP was not organized just to remove President Weah. Just to move President right. No, that's not what we organized CPP for. Change. Change. When the last time you saw Ambassador Bwaka going in the middle and in the southeast, since you guys want to be talking, he don't believe in the southeast. He don't believe in the people in Maryland. He don't believe in the people from Sano. He don't believe in them. Because you know what? It's too much advantage that they believe that because their county is so big, I don't need these other people. But sometimes, and then you ask yourself, why the leaders always come from small tribes or small counties? Because God always empower little people. And two, it's easy to find leadership in this era. It's clear. America, Joe Biden came from where? Delaware, 3 electoral college, 3. Bill Clinton came from where? Arkansas. You see that? So, and go on and on and on. That's how it works. That's how it works. Bobolo was part of Lofa County. Why George Weah defeated Mr. Waka in Bobolo? Bobolo was part of Lofa County. Why? But my people, ANC members, Mr. Cummings supporters, do not feel discouraged. Independent voters who are supporting Mr. Cummings, the Yatos, the whosoever, we're not feeling discouraged. Now the ground game is about to start. We have about to finish with phase 1. After tomorrow, we will know what we stand on. It will be clear that yes, Mr. Cummings will be on the ballot, because what we're doing is for the CPP chair and standard bearership. So my people, don't give up. Don't sweat it. It's up. Look, consider yourself as the underdogs right now. But just let's be very careful. We are not here to blame no Liberians for the failure of Liberia. No. I personally will blame the leaders because of bad leadership. That is why Liberia is in this situation today, because of bad leadership. Some steal, they do good. But the fact is that even if you're doing good and you're stealing, then you're still going to harm, you're still going to mess up the entire country. All our role models are crooks. Crooks, crooks, and crooks. There's certain things we need to do that I would not explain on Facebook, the ground games, what to do and not what to do. But I'm just talking to you, Liberians, and you that are listening to me. If you want to help, call your people back home. Talk to them. Go home. You don't need to curse nobody. You don't need to tell Liberians, oh, you're in vote for Mr. Cummings, that you will suffer. No, don't do it. Don't do it. They are not stupid. They are not stupid because it's the system. It's what they see. They are hungry. Some of the people can't take care of children. Some of the people don't even have school fees, don't have food. In America, you can see beggars. In Liberia, you don't see beggars because they're all well dressed. They're hustling. You know what I'm saying? So do not insult them. Don't say, well, we're tired. We're doing it for you. You're not doing it for them. You are not doing it for them. You're doing it for your country. You want for Liberia to be good because when you retire, you want to go home. You want to see good security. You want to see justice. That tomorrow, anybody touch you, when you go to court, the justice and the law will apply. That's what you want to see. You want to see good hospitals. There are a lot of Liberians who want to retire, but how will they retire home? They build a big houses. They can't even live there. Some go there for 2-3 months. They come back. They can't stand it because no hospital. Nothing. That is why. So don't say you're doing it because of the people that are there. No. You also doing it for yourself. Unless you want to tell me that you will just stay in America. We came here. Yes, we got citizenship. But we need to take it from there and go back home. There are people, a lot of people going to Liberia this year. They call it December. The place is choked. Some of them went with 5,000, some went with 6,000, some went with 7,000, some of them they were. I won't say that I know someone who going there to build a house. They're about 4, they carry almost $50,000 because they just share it among themselves. But when they come back, they will tell you that, bro, sweet. They got the ones who want to go play football and basketball. They bought a ticket. They're there. They enjoy it. They're playing basketball. When they come back, they will tell you different things. Some will say it was good. Some will say hardship. Some will say the security. Some will say this. So you see, what you think that's not good for you is good for another man. It's good for another man. So you cannot, please, 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 do not blame people for President Weah failures. You can't blame people for Mr. Bwaka. You blame the leadership. And I believe there are people within the Liberty Party and the UP that will not support Mr. Bwaka just by breaking up the CPP. And it has proven because of greed. If it's not them, it can be nobody. Greed, power greed. It's not in your interest. It's all about them. Because some of them are so jealous, they're looking at George Weah officials stealing. They say, damn. And I can tell you, and I'm just waiting. By the time they break up, we will start calling names. We will come on Facebook and call names that look into our face and tell us that what I will get from Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings will not give me no job. At least I sure of getting something from Mr. Bwaka. I sure of being deputy minister. If I come to join you right now, what the guarantee that I will get a job? Are you not qualified? Are you not qualified? Eh? There are people who already looking in our faces and telling us these things. Eh? At the end of the day, Mr. Bwaka will still take his people from outside. Some of them doing whatsoever they worked there before. They tested power, like Terrence Genesis, and Johnson, Stevie Johnson. All these people test their power, so they know what they're going to get. They know very well. It's not that they're qualified. Steve Johnson's qualified, but they want to go back to get a bigger one, a bigger position. Some of them were assistant minister and this and that, but they got records. Some of them got corrupt records behind them. Some of them, when I say they got some kind, I'm not talking about. Let me clear. I'm not saying that Stephen Johnson is corrupt. I'm not saying it, but they got other people who they know themselves. Damn corrupt. Some of them taste that. You see, Wallace taste that. So he want to go back there. Maybe he might go to foreign affairs and get something bigger. So that's why they support him. That's why. So I don't blame them. But Liberians, ask yourself the question. They were assistant ministers, deputy ministers. Why they left Liberia after Ellington was over? Why? They took the money, they paid the mortgages, they took care of the houses, they came right back to America. Ask yourself the question. Ask yourself. They were hired as what? Locals, people. They got enough money, still enough, they came back home. They came back. Some of them have not been to Liberia since then. Moses and Momo Sanamani, they have not entered Liberia since then. They got property, boast. You know how many property I get in Cape Mount? You know how many houses I built? Yeah. How long it take to build one? 4 months, 5 months. And you voted for them. And they let you down. It's the same thing you voted for George Weah, and he letting you down. And you within no time you discourage. Oh, CPP discourage us. I think George Weah will just win. No. You see, sometimes the relationship will not go the way you think. CDC relationship, NPP had no choice. NPP wanted to come back to light. So they took equip with all even sounding nothing good. Where is LPDP? And they all in CDC. NPP is there. What is the difference? They got more problem than us. We try to make it up. Mr. Cummings have tried. Some people, it's so sad. This my friend told me, man, that your man too difficult. Three leaders say this. Then he won't say no. Why we can't respect what we put in on paper? That is our biggest problem in Liberia, because we don't respect any documents. We don't respect the Constitution. We don't respect the code of conduct. Then with the one CPP put together. These were the same people Bernard Ure cried. Anyone who would try to break up the CPP should be held liable. We would not accept it. Throwing him on Mr. Cummings because they think that they would backstab him and he would leave the CPP. You think you really don't know that this CPP documents were based on consensus? Consensus, not 3 versus 1. You think he don't know? That is why he's shoving in Mr. Cummings' face that I will support Mr. Bwaka. Mr. Cummings said, no problem. Then Yombly and DeLong said, well, we are in a strategic position now to break the tie. To break the tie. You see that? He caused the problem. No leader can speak. Let's turn it around. If it were Mr. Cummings coming up and saying, I will support Joe Bwaka against Ure, how Ure will feel? How Ure will feel? You are the leader. To show that leaders are powerful when they speak, why you think UP accusing Mr. Cummings of not endorsing them? Why they accusing Mr. Cummings of not endorsing them publicly? But did Mr. Bromskin didn't know? Dillon supported Mr. Bwaka publicly? No. No. But you people behind Cummings, so Liberians sit down and think there is something about Mr. Cummings that these corrupt politicians cannot stand, because he's about to stop the stealing. We need to put people in power who got their own money. If you want to support Kase, support Kase. You can support Kase, you support Mr. Cummings. Let it be a good competition. Let it be. Let it be a good competition. Support Mr. Kase if you want to. You got Gongolo there. We need somebody who will put Liberia first. But UP do not have that guts to do it. They are all about themselves. If our vice president cannot be honest, our former vice president cannot be honest and tell you that, listen, my 12 years, I make up to $5 million as salary. Who told you public official salary is hidden? In a private thing, even in America right now, you go and Google Mr. Cummings, they will tell you how much Mr. Cummings made in Coca-Cola, how much was his salary. Yes, they don't hide it from you. So if Mr. Bwaka, who telling us today that he broke, make $5 million on salary alone, he never spent it. The vice president has everything. He had a car, gasoline, house, his own house, but they're paying for his house because that's his house. He got food plus all the other things on the side. The last budget, he had $500,000 in there for local travel. That's what Jeff Schroeder doing today. They put all the money in the budget because campaign is coming up. That's it. They will spend the money all over the place. You chase black car in the day, you find that in the night, you'll find it. I thought you sort of impressed me for me to marry you. You got a woman, the woman suck her teeth. She doing this when the woman say, just marry me first. The woman can lead a club. She going to this, you're a stripper. The woman say, when you marry me, I will stop. And you marry her, then you're a fool. So we are saying, please give me another time. Y'all give me, I can't fix it here. Oh, when the rest say that 1847, we all know Liberia had an 1847 problem. But we heard, President, we are talking about corruption. We heard, President, we are changing the system. Is the system change? Is the system change? because they think that we are stupid, so they can put one building up and forget about you. Before they finish with the development, you dead. What is the short term and the long term plan? Eh? They talk about agriculture, agriculture, agriculture. You increase the budget to 786. Agriculture got 1%. You ask yourself, they still give you the same fertilizer in the hole. There's no bigger farming. There is nothing. They will not create job. Only a few Liberians who want to do their own farming. In fact, what a farming they're doing, they go in there, they buy the people crops, and they're making their own money, and that's it. That's it. They're not doing anything extra. They don't have the big machines or to do this, or look, it's sad, Liberians. If you don't put your act together, it's up to you. It's up to you. The ball starts with you. It is you who make the decision for president. Liberia is not a public corporation to say few people can do that. You don't want to cast your vote. You going to cast the vote for Liberians to be president or senators or whatsoever. Yes, senators need to go. But let me say this. When we have a good leader or earnest leader, it's nobody can tell you there will be no corruption. People still take risks. In America, they say when they catch you with drugs, you go to jail. But people still take risks to cross drugs. That ain't mean that they can't do drugs. People still crossing it undercover. So the same thing in government. Somebody said, they say, Mr. Cummings just wasting his time. He can't change that system. Because you think Mr. Cummings will be in all the administrative. You see how dummy some of our Liberian students, because the boy who made us is a student in America, he got a scholarship in America. Oh, Mr. Cummings will not be in all the administrative, how he will control it. Oh, who told you? Nobody stopped corruption. They minimize corruption. So you that want to take the risks, it's a risk. Those that sell drugs in America, they're taking a risk. Some can take a risk that nobody will see that they can glue the drugs, but when the day they're ready, they bust you, bam, that's it. So if you stealing, if someone says zero tolerance in corruption, if you steal and they don't know, you go through. But if they catch you, it's zero tolerance. We will send you to jail. They will prosecute you, send you to jail, and seize the property and whatsoever. Does not mean that you can talk about it. Eh? Raping people, children, no justice. The president is supposed to take it personal. Then I see the hateful part. There's a girl they call Sia. She girl said the same first name. She support Mr. Bwaka, calling Mr. Cummings gay and this and that. It's so shameful to see Liberian women on Facebook insulting a man. That is why Prophet Key can cause them. And they watch it and they see all the things, the insults, the this and that. You calling a man that you don't know, but because of power, you said he's gay, including Mr. Ure have said it in the presence of some of his friends that Mr. Cummings a butt ball. But what we heard in Liberia before, that Mr. Ure is a butt ball, we heard it. That's what they said, and I'm saying it. People said it over the place. But he tell people, they hateful, they pay people to say this, they pay people to say that. I will not come up and start cursing Mr. Bwaka. I speak on his records. And I try to convince people what it is. But Liberians, understand yourself. Why they would just say, Mr. Cummings are gay. Eh? And you get bad leaders. You need to ask people questions. How many times, look, gay, let me tell you today. Maybe some of you guys travel and y'all are still dummy. In this country we live, for the position of Mr. Cummings in one of the biggest companies where he reached. If Mr. Cummings were gay, he wouldn't hide it. They will pressurize him until you have to say it. Especially now that he's running for office in Liberia, that group will pressurize him and make him to do it. You know what I'm saying? If Mr. Cummings was gay, he went to Liberia. By this time, the news will be all in Liberia that Mr. Cummings is gay. We saw Robert Sirleaf from the Unity Party. When he went to Liberia, the first thing he did to get young boys, he organized a football team. And we saw young boys who confess, they talking, they all on internet with gay business. And even Liberians said Robert Sirleaf was sleeping with Senator Dillon. The same Liberian people said it. They said, oh, Robert Sirleaf get most of the guys and the education minister and whatsoever, and the other guy who were Ellen and minister of commerce. Look, they don't hide. Dika Dishi, John Totman, they don't hide it. This man been married for 40 years. He's a renowned and strong Christian from the Episcopal Church. Oh yeah, the Episcopal bishops are gay too in America. The Episcopal bishop here in Liberia was not a gay. He was not a gay. The Episcopal bishop, Bishop Brown. In America, gays have rights. They go to church, they do whatsoever. But they are human beings. Some of us thought we would never stand by gay, but today we work together, we do things together, we move around. That's the right. I don't want gay in my family. I pray to God every day. I don't want a gay in my family, but I will not hate them. It's their right to live. It is their right to live. Even the ones in Liberia, is their right to live. You know what I'm saying? But our society don't call for it. They have asked Mr. Cummings over and over, what do you believe? Another guy on the Zoom meeting said, what is your belief when it comes to marriage? Mr. Cummings said, marriage is between a man and a woman. Or gay will not tell you that. Or gay will tell you, say, well, marriage between two lovers. Who you love, that's it. And you're then married, or decent man married with children that you can find no other stepchild for him. This guy reminds me of Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. Whether you're lucky, you're in lucky, that your damn business, especially the ones who hate him. In election, you need 50% plus one. For those of you who don't like him and you hate him so badly, that's your damn business. When it comes to this gay thing, women on Facebook, only gay, no gay. Is that the only thing you got to lie about a man? When Obe came out and confessed and apologized publicly, the president of Liberia, people say he's gay. Our president today, the news all in the time, he sleep with little boys. There was another news that came in Clarity, oh, the president drunk and this and that. They say he won't want the ball to eat the ball. I'm not saying that, I'm talking about the same news. But today we look at innocent people because we turn around instead of them, oh, that man are gay. Okay, that really gay. He's a Liberian. He's better off. He's a man who will be a good leader, who's prepared, ready to serve. And gay will put food on your table that you call it somebody gay, or because you're from the same county, or from the same party, or because you want to steal. I look on my Steve, I see people talking. When I look at the names, Fogba, Kwekwe, Akwe. Oh yes, the men are this. It is my right to support who I want to support. It is your right to support. But at the same time, between you and myself, it's Liberia in the middle. The only thing you say, this man should support, I say, no, this man should support. But if this man support, cool. And you say we should come together to select one. You say, let's join together. Let's come together and collaborate. But you come with your leader, and then we will decide who to do it. Then we got to that point. You said, no. We can't do it. In fact, you go with this man. Who the hell run for vice president? It is the right of the standard bearer to select. according to the Constitution, according to CPP thing. You say we should come together as a group. CPP was not organized because of one person. Liberty ALP say, oh, I supported Mr. Cummings. It's not a problem. Yombly say, I supported Mr. Cummings. It's not a problem. People say, well, how you manage? That means ANC is out. How you going to manage? If somebody in a Liberty Party say, I will support Mr. Cummings, that means it's a problem. You people are stupid. Sorry for cursing, but it's stupidness. That means you get sense. Liberty Party, the people in Liberty Party, Darius Taylor, Yombly, they say, we're going to support the Omen. We saw them all over the place. Another group in Liberty Party say, we will support that man. You don't control your voters. In the ANC, Mr. Cummings do not control nobody. If Mr. Cummings go against the rules, the constitution of ANC, we will expel him. Well, he knows he knows better. Do you think everybody in the ANC might vote for Mr. Cummings? I don't think so. I wish everybody will. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Cummings don't control nobody votes. Anybody there, if Mr. Look, so now Liberty Party, ALP, and this other people say, oh no, because Yombly on our side will stay with Yombly. From the day, you know, Liberians, they were not happy. When he saw the letter, I brought my source up. I had an interview with him that night. When that letter came up, I said that was the end. Once they came out publicly and said, we stand with Yombly. So Yombly got some of, look, 80% of the delegates from the counties that went, maybe Yombly is controlling the Bassa belt of Liberty Party. Let me say this one. Yombly is controlling the Bassa belt of Liberty Party. And the Liberty Party belt, the Liberty Party in Monserrato. That's what they're controlling. But they're not controlling the other counties. Yombly has no authority to tell people in the party, you must vote for this person. So if Yombly had the opportunity now to take the entire Liberty Party to Mr. Bwaka, that means it's fine. That means it's good. It's good for them. What Mr. Cummings did so much that he's not, that's not his right to ever. What he did, because he joined, because he could not, he collaborating with you guys. People curse Mr. Cummings. Why you join these corrupt people? Why you join these corrupt people? Today, it coming to an end. Yes. I'm proud for the Liberty Party to support us, to support Mr. Cummings. It's not Mr. Billity. Mr. Billity is not Liberty Party. Mr. Billity is not Liberty Party. If you say Mr. Billity is a crook, take him to court. Take him to court. Darius Dillon, you have just proven to be a disgrace. I hope you watch it because I can share my video with you. You are disappointed. You disappoint a lot of people. A lot of people. They think that everybody fought for CPP. Thinking that CPP was going to be a so good thing. We will take it. And you Darius Dillon, you were on Spoon the other day. You said, and I quote, CPP was not organized for Mr. Bwaka. It was not organized for Mr. Cummings. You speak on the truth. The guy corrupt politician who speak the truth. Eh? You were the same one with Mr. Bromsky. Oh, Mr. Bromsky needs to decentralize the power. And you can still remember that you had your show why they should restrict the convention to only the political leaders. You remember Darius Dillon? Why they should restrict the convention to only political leaders? If you have your will, they should open it up. That means anybody within that CPP can contest at the convention. All the way you say you're smart, you don't look at that damn document. You don't look at it. You want black me, can go ahead and black me. Because you black a lot of people already, people who supported you financially. Unless my sweat not on your campaign. Unless my sweat is not on your campaign. I'm not saying you eat it. Yeah, one way or the other, you eat it because it's part of the money that will send. Yeah. You had your thing, your class. You said, and on that day, you said, only CPP can defeat CPP. Oh, that's what you said, Beltino. You said only CPP can defeat CPP. At that time, you were the golden ball, you were the neutral one. Everybody said, yeah, Darius Dillon will be the one to break the tie to make sure things hold together. And you remember when I called you, you said, well, how are you? Yeah, you're attacking me. When I go to Mr. Cummings, you say I'm supporting ANC. When I go to Mr. Bwaka, you say I'm supporting ANC and UP. You said you were against that thing. You wanted for anybody to contest the convention. Why they keep it to the standard bearer? Every day you come up with new stories. You are the one today that caused the problem. You. And let me say this, we're not stupid. 2017, the entire opposition bloc decided they will support whoever goes in the second round against Madame Salif and the Unity Party. So people within the Liberty Party stood up along with the vice tender bearer, and the chairman said, we agree to support the opposition. And we all say, listen, I myself supported Bwaka, that Bwaka was still better because I believe that George Weah could not have done this job, and that's the problem. Instead of doing the job, George Weah had made a lot of people rich. That's what it did. But God knows why it happened. God knows. Maybe it could have been worse for Liberia if Mr. Bwaka were going to win. It almost reminds me of 2005 election when I asked myself, was it right? It was the right time for Joshua to be president at the time when Ellen Johnson came to power. Now I believe it no. But it is possible that Mr. Bwaka could have won George Weah, and today we're into a mess because the young ones there now who are supporting, in fact, they expelled Madame Salif. Who knows? Maybe it's going to be a war in Liberia because by that time Joseph Bwaka president. Joseph Bwaka president, he controlled the judiciary, he controlled this. Then early by this time, something else happened. People fighting in the country. So God, look, I'm not disappointed of everything that happened when it comes to election. Yeah. That is why Mr. Cummings, because there was no, if the opposition was going to sign a document, instead, memorandum of understanding is not a contract. In fact, when President Weah left, he was one of those who broke it. They were trying to come together. But by the time Mr. Weah left, he said, listen, for me, I'm running. Joel then joined him. CDC never had money. CDC look at Tyler. Tyler had money. They brought Tyler in. They had it went together. It's a long story for another day. You know what I'm saying? They all agreed to support the opposition, whoever wins. But Mr. Cummings made it clear, I would not support Mr. Bwaka. I would not support Mr. I would not declare my intention support for them publicly, and told his people to vote their conscience. You are free to vote for whoever you want to vote for. And Mr. Cummings followed Mr. Bwaka. He supported Mr. Bwaka, the UP, financially, and he voted for them. But because you people are so wicked, you said Mr. Cummings never did it. Let Mr. Bwaka come out publicly and say that Cummings never gave me anything during the election. Cummings never voted for me. Say it, Mr. Vice President. Let your people start lying. Once they lie, you are the one that trying to tell them to do it. Come up publicly. Yeah? You said that you apologize for if they insulted Mr. Cummings when I asked the question. But you say you know who said it. You don't know. You don't know. But people will get to understand it. There were people who supporting the Ome today. They can't believe it. So, Unity Party, we're waiting for your response tomorrow. tomorrow. We're waiting for it. We're waiting for it. What you're going to say. When you speak, then we will speak. But we don't know why you're leaving. We still don't know the reason why you are leaving. But for me, I can say exactly why you are leaving, because your chance of winning the primary is slim. You cannot win the primary because you have not done your homework. We went around the counties. You see, to show you that Mr. Cummings is running for president, that is why he's going from counties to counties. But Mr. Boaka trying to tell you that I can stay right in Monrovia and do this. I only depend on Lofa County. My people. Yeah. Yeah. Y'all can go back and bring the Congo business. So maybe when y'all carry Mr. Boaka and my Yombly, you say, yes, that's the traditional team. That's the next one you're going to carry again. That's the next one you're going to carry. Yeah. You call Bromsky or Congo man. You call the other people Congo man, and the team, this time that the country meant to be in power. There is no country, no Congo. We are all Liberians. You think we don't know that people vote on tribal business? We know. But we must discourage it. How can we discourage it until we get a good leader? And that only leader that I see that can discourage it is Mr. Cummings. Because Mr. Cummings don't give a damn whether you're from Maryland or not. He don't say, oh, because you're from Maryland, that means I will take you special. No, 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 no. Mr. Cummings running for president of the Republic of Liberia, not for Maryland. So if you're a global man and you think that's what I was joking like her. If you global and think you want to support Mr. Cummings because you global man, no, then you're wrong. Support Mr. Cummings as a Liberian who want to be president. Don't support Mr. Cummings because you think you're from Maryland. It is your right to support whosoever. But see reasons. See reasons. See reasons. Look at him. Look at his past performance, his past behavior. How decent, respectful he is. He is the only man he have had over 200 interviews. He been asked all kinds of questions, personal questions whatsoever. He's speaking on the. His job is to make people make money. Is to advise people how to use money. He's a financial officer. He telling you under his administration, he won't pay. He prepared to win or to lose. So even if he lose, it would not mess with his family. If Mr. You see, that's the thing. If Mr. Cummings lose election, it will not tamper with his family. The only, where is Mel Jones? Where is all the other guys who ran 2020, 2017? They out. They're going to sit down. Some of them waiting for 2022 to come back again. By next year, June, you will start seeing who all want to run for president. But this is the only man who lost an election and go back and say, thank you, my people. And stay going back to help farmers, help this other group, help schools, help this thing, and stay doing what is right. Because that's how politicians work. You must get people involved. ANCs, you from ANC, you got a lot of work to do. ANC alone cannot make Mr. Cummings to win no leadership in our country. I will be honest with you. I will be honest. It's not about the glory. We need everybody we can get to. If you look at our cultural Liberians, there are a lot of Liberians who are not members of political parties. Some people don't believe in party politics. But if you think that will cause you to win, give them the support. Give them the opportunities. Give it to them. Get involved. Get involved. But the only thing people will get to understand that it is good to be part of a party sometimes. It's good to be part of something. They got people who have a big organizations. They got people who organize things in Liberia. We are corrupt people too, don't get me wrong. Liberians are damn corrupt. They got pastors, they say they get a pastor association. and we'll just pray. We'll talk to our members in the church. Listen, I want to hear that. I'd like to hear that. But let me tell you today, Liberians listen to two group of people, two persons. They listen to the leaders, they listen to the pastors. They get some churches, whatever the pastor tell them to do is what they do. Whatever the pastor tell them to do, oh, you need to vote for it. But you know what? They got some Liberians now who don't think that way anymore. Some Liberians say, hey, I beg you, don't get into this thing here. They got the pastors then who they want money. They get the pastor association. They pray for you get their money. They get the other group here they call, the Social Boy Association Republic of Liberia. You can't see them, but you can only see the 2-3 leaders. The Boss Scout of Liberia, they coming. At this time, that's when all the projects coming up. Oh, we're having a Queen contest in Ghana's-Ville. Okay, the Queen contest we're having, what we want you to do for us, and we want you to buy one car. We want you to amen. Then now you alone, that same news is gone to somebody else. And who organized it? That just few guys put together, they want organize or Miss Liberia, Miss Carwell, Miss Pinsville. You go to a group. I know that thing there. You go to a community to speak. We went to the West Point community to speak. After we finished with West Point, in the same West Point community that we just spoke to, there's another guy who came and said, my man, we'll get a Veteran Association of West Point. So I said, okay, let's talk. When I go low, I saw 16 members from the West Point Association, from that same group we talked to, were in the corner talking. Oh, my man, we can endorse your brother. I said, wait. After they said West Point community, Nuclear Association, the Nuclear Community Association, we gave them wheelbarrows, we gave them all kinds of things. Over almost 200,000 worth of stuff. Then they got a couple, they got the same children in the Nuclear. They say, oh, one, they call themselves, how they call themselves? Some couple, something, what they call themselves? They want to do cleanup campaign. I said, but they look at this, they look at, oh, no, we don't work with the people there, we don't work with the people. Okay, fine. What you guys want? They brought a budget. It was $1,200. We got to buy water, we will buy a shovel, we will buy this, the food, and whatsoever. So I said, but we just gave to the Nuclear Association, the community association. Oh, no. Okay. All the thing you asked for, we got into our warehouse. No. They want the physical care. I bought looking at my face. Then your brother won't run. Yeah. I said, but okay, bring people can clean the place. As you leave my community, I can't clean your community because I won't vote. That's how Liberia operate. But if you want to change the system, if you think you will do it to get it right, and then tell them what to do next, fine. But everybody there want money. But that will not help. The association, but the same association people, you vote for them, some of them don't even, they will ask for everything. The Liberia Marketing Association, another worst one. I tell anybody, do not give money to the Liberia Marketing Association, the president. No. All the marketeers live in different places. They eat every damn penny that come around. They do not control the marketeers. They don't tell them who to vote for. You see people they bring 200 bag of rest to the Liberia Marketing Association for what? For what? Me, I say my own publicly. They're not the people that I can listen to. You go in the market, you meet with a market woman herself, the market man, whosoever, you talk to them. Me, I can't have my own, I tell you straight. There are people in Liberia who are so damn corrupt. But what you will do? Some of them will eat your eyeball. Some of them will let it go. Some will be honest with you. But one thing I tell people, one of the strategies, if I'm giving you a t-shirt, some of them want a t-shirt. I say, if you wear my t-shirt, yes, you might be fooling me that you're wearing the t-shirt. But what you don't know, you advertising this advertisement for me because the next man looking at you and say, oh, look at that t-shirt over there. So if you fooling me, that's your business. And the one that can help me, that will fool you when they take the money from you. So it's always good to work with an organization. It's better. Everybody benefits. But you must speak to them. You should talk to them and know exactly. That's how most countries organize and develop today in Europe and other places, community associations and whatsoever. But money will play in this going the coming election. It won't be easy. It won't be easy. But UP, we're waiting for you. And the real truth is that we're waiting. The game is about to start. I will implore you, no cussing. The truth. You won't tell me, say, our disappointed African, and like bro, women, I don't give a damn. I know my man, I know my pa. I'm on this man. You want cause? Mr. Cummings that gay, you can go ahead. But we stick to the issues. We'll let the Liberian people know that Mr. Cummings is better than your candidate. Mr. Cummings, I'm not talking about life. The only thing that between them is God created them equally. But when it comes to leadership, I will want to see who to match him. If it's come to honesty, I would like to see. Oh, Mr. Cummings is not likable. Oh, Mr. Cummings, his message is not resonating. The people, don't worry. The CPP time is about to be over. The UP is about to take the exit. They will have the press conference tomorrow, or maybe they might not have it because they know that they won't test the water. My thing is that when the person sent me the text, I say, but wait, why are they waiting for tomorrow? Why they couldn't just bring the announcement? But they put it out there to see public reaction. The public reaction. Oh, for true. Oh. You're watching. Maybe they might not even have the press conference. Public reaction. And guess what? Some of them will not go, they will not support Mr. Parker. The ones then who telling Mr. Parker to do it, they're not speaking for everybody. They're not. So, people who supporting Mr. Cummings, do not feel discouraged. Do not curse UP people. Don't say anything bad. Just stick to your issues and the differences between their leaders and yours. What your leader going to do, compare what the leader want to do. He want to do it, but he don't even have the agenda. So it's like the same old thing. The same old thing. We have not seen no agenda from UP today. They think that because you're part of the CPP, you're not something. So, in times of war, prepare for peace. In times for peace, prepare for war. As much as we want the ANC, the CPP to hold, we were still doing our job as a party. That's what the document says. But other people say, oh, you're talking to your campaign. Oh, Mr. Cummings, that sort of campaign. Well, Mr. Cummings, that he the one looking for photo. Yahweh, swallow your words. And you say because Mr. Cummings not popular, so he going around. Yes, that's how it's going to be. Barack Obama was in the air coming from Ohio. He was in the air and he turned around. Air Force One turned around and went back to Ohio to attend another fundraiser. Yeah, because you know what? Ohio was strategic. Ohio was a place that he wanted. So, thank God, we're coming to the end. Thank God, we are the underdogs. That's what we're asking for God to give us the strength to sell the agenda to the people, to sell Mr. Cummings. And Mr. Cummings will go over and people will know. People will know that everything they said is truth. Coalition cannot hold in Liberia. Coalition cannot hold in Liberia. It's truth. Liberian people, Bernard Ure, who spoke to you the other day, he the one break it up. He and Mr. Bwakaya and Yombly. We invest with y'all. Some of his leaders who think that when the president, they will get job. Like Jethro Cole, Emmanuel Cole. He will soon start insulting. You understand? We know every one of them. They're the one, they're young boys, young guys. They're damaging their political career behind corrupt politicians. They push you in front to go cuss. After you finish cussing, all of them go hang out again. All of them go and hang out. Hey, Cummins, what's up, man? Hey, Joe Barker, what's up? Hey, Mr. This. That's why I say don't cuss. And don't feel guilty. No decision is right until it is right. You won't do nothing to vote for George Weah. You won't do nothing to vote for Mr. Cummins. You won't do nothing. Your responsibility as a citizen is to vote. Is to vote for the right person. If that right person don't make it, you still have a responsibility. Your responsibility as a citizen, it is your right, your constitutional right to be part of that decision. So people who say, I would never vote, that the Liberian are just for nothing, they themselves for nothing. Then stop talking. If you can't vote, stop talking. If you refuse, you say you will not vote because President Weah will win, then shut your mouth and stop talking. Your responsibility is to vote. Even if President Weah wins the election, you must vote. It's not a must that you win. It's a privilege. It is a privilege. So exercise your right. So I will say this to you. If you cannot register to vote, shut your damn mouth. Finish. If you cannot register as a citizen in Liberia to be part of the process, then don't complain. Don't complain. If you won't vote for George Weah, if you're supporting George Weah, go and register. If you want to curse Mr. Cummins, go and register to vote against Mr. Cummins. If you want support Mr. Cummins and vote against George Weah, don't just curse George Weah. Register and vote. Your vote is what matters. Not to stay and be talking too much. God gave us the life, we will vote. God gave us the opportunity, we'll go and vote. We want better Liberia. I'm not going to replace George Weah because I hate George Weah. No. I want to replace George Weah with a better administration. Somebody who will know your name. Do you know how leaders know names? When you are getting the right things. When you are part of your resources. What your resources do? Schools, hospital, infrastructure. Until you can get a government who will create job. How do you create job? By guaranteeing business people, by encouraging them in the country. Partnership. Not the small taxes that we need. Small country like Brazil will be rich. We got more resources than anything. Small country. People digging diamonds, people flying from Liberia into Sierra Leone. All these things because we got corrupt leaders. Corrupt. Mr. Cummins can't do nothing right now. He can do nothing. And all the concessions, the people concession agreement, they under 66 different agreement that they signed. They say all boogers and whatsoever, which I don't know. But every damn thing we talk about, we always try to make it look bad. But the fact is that they got international laws to back our country up. You don't go into a third world country and start bribing and stealing the resources out. You can. And in Liberia, it's wrong. We saw mental steel bribing with pickups. We saw that now bribing with money. You know what I'm saying? So take it easy. When you're in the water, don't worry about getting wet. You already inside. It raining, you already raining, say you won't get wet. They already mess it up. Pray to God for us to get good leader to straighten it up through your help. So I will tell you today, if you don't want to see President Weah, go and register to vote. Don't just curse President Weah. Don't just say this. Don't sit if you know that you're not voting and you want to help and you're in America. Support your party financially. Don't stay in America and curse President Weah. Don't curse nobody because if you want to vote, go there and vote. If you're in Liberia, the same thing if you're in America and you're supporting President Weah, don't just curse Mr. Cummins. Go and vote. Go and vote. Or support them financially. But don't curse Cummins because you know what? If he wins tomorrow, you will start to say, okay, you're scared to go home because your own guilt. Somebody say, oh, Bonnie, you're afraid. Me, I'm not afraid to go home. I'm not afraid. I'm not putting myself in harm's way. But I got responsibility for my family. I got a family back home and here to support them. I'm not afraid to go home. I can die anywhere, anytime. And if anybody want to kill me, if you kill me, I know you yourself will die unless you don't believe in it. You know what I'm saying? But if you in Liberia and you sit there and say things are hard, it is time that you show your patriotic duty. Vote. If you don't want Mr. Cummings, vote for whoever you want to vote for. But your right is your right. So stop the damn noise. Stop it. And if you support him, Mr. Cummings, go and you alone in our voting booth. You alone in our voting booth. You don't have to be afraid. Nobody going to catch you there. When you vote, you vote. Change it. In politics, you look for new things. When you want changes, you try until you get the best changes. It's almost like a hibiscus flower and you got the bees flying around it. When the bees come in, it's tasting. When you get the good one, it's take them, oh yeah, it suck everything out. That's the best one. So changes don't just come overnight. We started with change, we end with change. We want something that will be better than George Weah. We can't get anything that will be worse. We're not going to recycle people. We don't have two parties in Liberia. Oh, because you were there for 12 years, so that my time. Since you do it, and you myself been coming first and second. So this time we can't second. Don't be surprised and see. Just watch and see. We know exactly how many votes we're looking for. For us to go in the second round or in the first round, we know how many people registered and we know how many votes we're looking for. So we're appealing to every Liberians, be a part of the process. Vote with your conscience. When you voting, think about Liberia. Imagine Liberia. Those or some of you guys never saw it, but imagine Liberia want to move forward. That for the first time we can go back in decade, that we can have a free education from primary schools to 12th grade. Back, we can go back to the drawing board and start a primary education from all the way down our little kids and go back and train our teachers and do whatsoever. Imagine in Liberia where the president prioritized healthcare, that no pregnant woman should die from delivery. Karate over. In Liberia, people still dying. No Liberian should be turned away from the hospital. Do you know why? It never happened before. Nobody went to JFK before and they turned it around. But you know why? Because we take most of the money and give it to our government officials. We put most of the money in their pockets. All kinds of stupid money we gave them for all kinds of things. That is why the hospital want money. Okay, private clinics. Government used to subsidize them. That is why they don't turn nobody around. If you can't go to private, you go to the government, and JFK. JFK, there was a research center. Doctors from all around come to JFK. Eh? It's sad. It's sad. The call is yours. Only Liberian can change it by voting the right person. Our biggest problem in Liberia is leadership. It's not no you. It's not the citizen. Because it's what they put in you is what you're doing. When a child live in a community and see his role model just got a job and next thing come with a tinted car and come with and we look, boom, he built a big house and fancy, he this and that. So tell me, what you expect that boy to do? The man going to school, all in his life, he want to work to Freeport. He want to work to finance ministry. He don't want to go to agriculture ministry. He don't want to go to any other place. Either he want to go to a place where the money is because he saw his friend, he saw his papa, he saw somebody. Eh? If you don't come with the ideas, those days, and the students, they have vacation school. By the time school closed, to keep you busy, they spray or you go to companies. Don't you think the government can encourage companies to hire students at least for that 2 months so to get a 100, 200 to go buy the uniform? or government could do it, or work in some of the ministers' office. But because the ministers are so greedy, the representatives are so greedy, they do not even hire students for vacation school. Those days we also depend on it. You go to the place you work, by the time you have 1 or 2, you get 150. You buy your late uniform whatsoever. But now, no. We get our people to the attire shop. All the best brains, they're duplicating voice. They go to the attire shop. When they finish speaking, the fuller man made all the money because you buy the attire for the man. Then time to go in and sharing notes. The notes is what you get from me. But they will not go in the community to open a steady class. They graduated, no job. These are some of the things we don't tell them. No job, but you can open a steady class in your community. The same way you have the intellectual centers, you could open a damn steady class in your community, and at the same time, you go to the intellectual centers. Everybody in Liberia is smart. All of them are professors. When they open their mouth to speak, you will hear the S, you will see the dot of the eyes. Oh, they're smart. They tell you how it's supposed to run, but they never work in their life before. But instead of when they get the power, when we gave the guys power, go back to that intellectual center as a senator and talk to them. Say, guys, you can do this. We can empower you to do this. You can't stay too long in the intellectual center. You can't be here for 4, 5, 6, 7 years. You stay to the same place. Let the other people come. Then you can go. We can do this for you. We can do this other program. We can do this. Then by the time they win, they don't come back to you. Then at the same time, you get them singing. Oh, say zeke, zeke, zeke. They sing for 15 minutes before you speak. They won't eat. Oh, the man who here to make the difference. The man who here right now, who coming, he going to roof the whole place here for the center. They want TV. They want to eat looking time. We put dish there on the DSTV and we put TV there. We went and we bought TV. They want it looking at Broad Street. We bought the TV. They put a TV. We deliver it. We put a DSTV. They're watching games. You go there, they talk. I'm talking and listen to them. You can hear it in the background. Well, shit. You can't look. It's not a bad thing. But everybody, there is no student. Everybody a professor. Everybody a professor. I see you. I say, yeah, chief, keep me in the know. Anything, let me know. We got your back. Yeah. LRB. That's how our people talk them. I want to instill into them. That what? And to our people in America, election is not cheap. Now, general election coming up. The last time was $10 per. What the thing is? Pool washer. Some people want $15 for pool washer. People look at ANC. Oh, the money, this and that. Liberians, if you love your country, try and support the right person. The leaders make the difference in Liberia. The executive, not the senators, not the representative. When the executive is corrupt, and imagine your representatives who running for office. I don't think because of the way we treat people, that is why some people don't run for it too. So you get a boy in the community who barely make it. By the time he win, he don't want to go back there again. And also, why would we even want to blame the people in Liberia? When we got people in America, some of them, they want to go home to run. Instead of them go home now and stay with the people, keep in touch with the people, some of them want to go home in 2022, taking a Liberian as stupid people. How can you win an incumbent when you going for only 2 months? Liberian, we all the problems. We all. We got people in America praying for jobs in Liberia. And instead, the president who would win or who won the election the other day tried to look for the best Liberians who are already doing something and you need the expertise. Let me say this. We talk about the liberalization policy. If you're going to get somebody from out of Liberia, that means you don't have that person in Liberia. We cry to, we say, oh, liberalization policy. We don't want the foreigner to bring in an accountant, or you got to get somebody. They are still honest and good Liberians in Liberia. And most of the time, if the president and you are not friends and he gave you a job, you do better than if you guys are friends. There are a lot of good people in Liberia. Do you think that if Mr. Cummings, president, he need to come out of Liberia to look for justice minister or look for or the solicitor general? You got Nimbabi Wonder. He could be a very good one. You get Tier 1 Gonglo. I'm not saying that because he can't run for president. But we got good lawyers, honest ones, who will do better. But guess what? If Mr. Cummings vetting his cabinet ministers, he's not a novice or he's not the type who just going to take anybody. Because Mr. Cummings won't result. Mr. Cummings' chances of failing as president of Liberia is 0.0.0.1. It's too long before 1. Because Mr. Cummings will not just leave you with somebody who they say, oh, that Mr. They say, oh, okay, let's just put it, they say Alva Toba is the chief of staff to Mr. Cummings. Deputy, he's the minister of state. Or Mr. Cummings will just sit there and Alva will just kind of say, oh, Mr. President, let it list here for you to sign and sign it. And he don't know what he's signing. In the entire CPP, Mr. Cummings, I will be honest, Mr. Cummings was the only political leader that went through his document from top to bottom. He went through it from top to bottom. He read every piece of land before he agreed to sign it. Yeah. The first one that they all signed that Liberian people were against, he agreed because it's a consensus thing. In fact, that one gave them more privilege to even go against Mr. Cummings. Yeah. But the lawyer said, listen, if you guys don't do it right, y'all will break it up. So they added 10 or 11 different stuff just to keep it stronger. Most of them don't read. They don't read the whole thing. Because we don't read, so we don't comprehend, and we just listen to what they tell us and we'll follow it. How do you know good leaders? What you look for in a good leader? Ask yourself the question. How do you know if a leader is corrupt? In every society, there's channel. If you're working in a place, let's say you're working in Liberia, and you just a janitor, and someone there caused problem and they did something to you, are you going to go straight to the minister first? No. You're going to take your complaint little by little, or you go to the HR and go whatsoever. When the minister having problems with the deputies, the minister will not come down and put the problem out in the ministry on bulletin and say, oh, I noticed that my deputy minister, if that minister do that, that means he really want to get rid of that dude. Or even if the deputy minister do that, he undermining the process. Instead of Mr. Ure calling Yombly and call whosoever, call the entire team and say, this is what I saw, this is what I got here. That nobody should hear you go ahead and say if it's true. But because it was not truth, because it was to undermine the process, to push Mr. Cummings to the wall, to make Mr. Cummings look ugly to Liberian people, you say, oh, they finger him. Okay, bring what you got. Show us the real one so we can blast Mr. Cummings. Show us the real one so we can expel Mr. Cummings from the CPP. Yo, I get it. How will you go to court? You say I slap people, you can't prove the slap. You say, oh, the man stole my money, oh, and I saw the money with him. Where is it? Where is your proof? Don't call your whistleblower because you say it come from neck. Yombly now, who was the cheerleader, to be very smart and act like a leader, who do you call first? You call the people who, the last people that put the document together, the lawyers that you hire. You call the lawyers and say, excuse me, you said that what you gave us is not what was delivered. So please, can you look at this copy, or can you go to NEC and get copy and tell us if this is what you did? Instead, they brought in people who already against Mr. Cummings, but still he allowed it to happen. And they went there, they saw the facts. Then in their conclusion, their personal conclusion, they tell you, oh, it was number one, but on the side is no Roman number. We saw numeric number on the side here, 2, then they put a Roman number 2. Then the other clause here was in section C, but we see it to be in section B, but at the same thing. Oh, when a lawyer already tell you, said there was some substance construction that was done. They did something, they changed something around. Why you call the lawyers? After you mess it up, then you give it to the lawyers. Then you expect the lawyers to come out now and speak. Do you know why some of the lawyers refuse to come out today? I will not call one of their name. One of them, I know them, and I wanted to bring them on my show. I don't do that. My show is not a show. I don't run this thing because I want like some a radio TV station. No. But because I knew him, he told me plain blank that we cannot speak on this issue because client privacy something. It's not a business. But Mr. Cummings did nothing wrong. Nothing. Nothing. They want to make the lawyers to be the bugu men to either tell you you're wrong or tell Mr. Cummings you're wrong. Yeah. Then they finish black voting. They start breaking all kinds of issues. All kinds of issues. You took it and put it on the internet. Then some people say because Mr. Cummings reply, that means Mr. Cummings guilty. And in Mr. Cummings' letter, he said that Madam Chair Lady, please investigate. But let Mr. Ure make it specific. Which of the page, which one was author? What was author in this document that are going to benefit Mr. Cummings? When we all knew long time that if you go to the convention and because you sign, you can't leave. We all know that. It been in there. You can leave ordinary person and go. We know that. Liberians, don't let them fool you. Listen to the press conference tomorrow and you be the judge. People who supporting Mr. Cummings, I don't expect, and Mr. Boaka, I don't expect you to be the judge. People who supporting Mr. Cummings, I don't expect you to be the judge. We stand by what we believe in. We stand with Mr. Cummings. And we asking our independent friends. And we asking our UP brothers and sisters. It's not you. It's the greeted leadership. Mr. Cummings did nothing wrong. Mr. Cummings only played by the rules. And it is the right of UP and ANC to look for delegates within the two other parties that do not have standard bearer. Listen to me. It is the right of UP and ANC to go into the other party and look for delegates. Does it mean that you're breaking them up? It means that you're breaking them up. Ure got control over his officials in the city. He got control of his party member, his party chairman right in the city there. You understand? Because they all broke. Mr. Ure is the only man who can go in the Liberty, in the ALP and make fun and everybody laugh. Nobody make fun for him to laugh because you know what? They broke. In the Liberty Party, Bilete is the one who got the money. Bilete was brought in. In fact, according to DeLong, Bilete should have been chairman long time, but Bilete said, nope, not under this kind of constitution here. And they all agreed to decentralize it and make the chairman to run the party. Now, if Bilete was a broker, or broke man, just an ordinary, like somebody like, okay, let me say this, Women Pay a broker, he broke. Women Pay will listen to Yombly because he said, hey, the woman as senator, she gets more money. But I got money too. Then I don't want spending the money. I bought the cars. When you are running for senator, I pay you, I give you money. He got influence. He took care of all the, he came into Unity Party as chairman before Unity Party paid the dues. They paid the dues. Even UP is so shameful, my people. It's so disgraceful. UP have not paid the dues yet, but they're living. They're living. You know they pay the due too. You know why they suspend them? Because of Yombly. The other parties have to join together to suspend them, but because two of them pay and Yombly the one that pay, Yombly can make that decision. Yombly can bring it herself. So she done a cheerleader now in the other man's hand. But right, he was not even supposed to take over. Y'all go look there. They're supposed to be suspended and not to participate in anything. But we still give them the chairmanship. If we talk again, your vest. They didn't pay 1 cent. That's why the ANC, the CP cannot operate today. Huh? Let me tell you. That's why CP can't go nowhere because there's no money there. There's no money in the coffers. No money. Nobody going to, Mr. Cummings been paying a due long time. Mr. Cummings and the ANC, they paid the dues long time and the money he was using when he was chairman. When Yombly was chair and the one that Bilete put in, that the one they were using, but she was not paying her own party due. Now they turned it over to Mr. Boaka. When Euro was there, Euro was using his money. But at the morning, at the first morning, Mr. Cummings put in his share. So Mr. Cummings paid in advance. Oh, I'm speaking for ANC. We pay in advance. They owe us. We ain't owe nobody. Our dues. You know what I'm saying? Now today, CPP can move anywhere unless Ami Moda decide to take money from a business. But CPP cannot go anywhere because there is no money. There is no money. Instead of them preparing, look, my people, it's up to you. I'm not here to convince certain people, but you see reason. I'm not forcing you. If you're a UP person and you think you want good for Liberia and you know within yourself that Boaka is not the man, no, he's not. He lacked the leadership. He lacked leadership. Okay, I'm coming to an end, but let me just put up some of the comments and see what we got here. Let me put up some of the comments. My question, no member can leave. So what is the consequences for those who are leaving? Are they going to run in the respective party's name? Okay, brother, I will be frank with you. That's one of the questions that everybody asks, but if I can answer it the way I know, and technically, nobody can just leave according to the CPP documents, which I don't have in my possession, but which I know is truth, and nobody can challenge me or bet me that I will eat your money, that no party will contest until after 2023 once you are part of the ANC, the CPP. So You can leave as an individual. So they might come up, they will leave, and what they will do, they will form a collaboration. I know. Yombly Liberty Party and maybe ANC will form some name to register. And they call themselves, but do not say ANC, they will not call themselves UP. So let's wait and see tomorrow what they're going to say. Okay. And Levitt, how are you, man? Our time is now Liberia first. Are you ready? This is the best Christmas gift. That's the fact. That's the best Christmas gift, man. We are ready. Let us move. Let them be the first to throw the stone. Eddie Marshall, one of big JMB supporter. It's so sad. You're listening to the comments. Where did you create job? No performance history in government. Crooked commies. You see, Eddie, it's shameful, Eddie. It's very shameful. One, you're not a voter. You will never vote in Liberia based on what you think because you're not going home. And two, can you tell me where Mr. Bwaka created a job? Mr. Cummings have created job. Mr. Cummings got over 200 Liberians on payroll that work for him right now. He don't have to open Firestone, but because of lack of honesty in you and because of your inability to follow Liberia or to follow your politicians, you don't know. So you can never tell me why you even supporting Mr. Bwaka. But if you call Mr. Cummings a crook, Eddie Marshall, and you say, I think you say you work with the FBI, that's what you can always say. You got a gun on your side, on your picture, on your profile. But that's a good thing for you. You call Mr. Cummings a crook, but that's a good thing. How can a man who is corrupt call someone corrupt? It is a shame. So in real life, that's the fact. Please share this video. Okay, I don't want to put that one up. And little mind, this platform is not for you, please. That's a good thing, brother. When your minds are little, it's not yours. Question: when will they start registering new voters? And by next year, the election in Liberia, by next year, they will start registering new. I think next year, or either the beginning of January in 2023, I show. Okay, we will see tomorrow, I believe. If they come to an agreement, they can do it. Yep. The fact is that we're waiting to see. The news is out there already. You know, nothing hides. But they want to test the public sentiment, how the public want to respond. So, but because you could have done it today. If you're serious, it almost like the man who said he won't kill himself. Then you standing way on top of the house, then you calling everybody around to say, I will kill myself. Hmm. Please turn off the other device. Okay, I turned it off long time. Victor Young, Ellie understood GMB very well. She tried to get him to understand that being a VP did not mean you deserve to be president. The old man turned on the wise lady, booted her out of UP. He caused his cause is his what belief, self-entitlement without work. You're right, Victor. The true campaign starts after the announcement. That's a fact, man. Uh, okay, Alfonso Pearson is watching. Okay, so truth. Thank you, man. Will Cummings and the ANC support GMB when he faced? Listen, Stephen Gatto. Stephen Gatto, that is not a question. You know why I say that? Don't ask things that have not happened yet. Eh? Don't say that. I don't want if. You understand? So the question goes back to you. If Mr. Cummings goes in the second round and facing George Weah, will UP support him? As far as concerned, If we go on our own, my response, my job here now and other people is to win. So that your if and if and if and if, that's not what I want to listen to. Because I know UP will not support Mr. Cummings if he goes into the second round with Mr. We are. And two, don't be surprised that it could be UP and ANC in the first round. It could be CDC and Gonglo in the second round. So do not, you see, we are right now, we don't have a plan B. Like Mr. Cummings always says, this is not a plan B thing. We are going into this thing to win. Until we cannot win, then we will decide what next. It's clear? We are not going there as a plan to have a plan B. That okay, if I win, no. My mindset is to win until I can win. That's it. So your question, I can't answer it, my brother. Thank you, Cephas Kroma. Stevie Gatter. So the political leader of Liberty Party should suspend, but should be suspended before Cummings can get the Liberty Party support. Stephen Gatter, that is something that you understand, whether they like it or not. Now, they suspended her because of her dues. And the Liberty Party chairman said, if they pay the due today, she will assume the role as political leader. So don't say they got to suspend her first. They didn't expel her, they suspend her. They suspend her because of her dues. So when they pay the dues, they are free to go to the convention. You see, the way Liberty Party constitution structured now, the chairman along with the executive committee runs the party. So 13 counties voted to host to have that convention. It's not just ability. So even if Yombly's there, Yombly will just be one of the person who voted to be part of the executive committee. That's it. And she can't stop it. So that the same committee voted. And if you say, oh, ability bribe them, that's your business. The fact of the matter is that if Yombly had the opportunity to do what ability did, she wanted them to go back to the old constitution where the political leader has the final say. Then by this time, whether ability agrees or not, she will be coming up publicly to endorse Mr. Bwaka and say that then she will be the next, she will be the vice president because of the promise. Getting it? So Liberty Party, unless Liberty Party want to tell us, the only place they got members that Grand Bassa County. If Liberty Party won't tell us that once Grand Bassa County endorsed them, that means that for nothing, that means Liberty Party will never be president. They will never win the presidency. But I know Liberty Party got offices, they got members in all the counties. So Grand Bassa County is not Liberty Party. Grand Bassa County is not Liberty Party. So if Yombly supporter in Grand Bassa County say, oh, we will not support Mr. Cummings, they said that they will support Mr. Bwaka. Yombly supporters, some of her supporters, in fact, not me all, they came from her father's church. The members from the church there, she put people together and say, oh, Grand Bassa County will support you. That's a lie. That's a lie. So it's not about Yombly, whether she agree or not, before they support Mr. Cummings. And listen, but what people getting vexed for? ALP say will support Mr. Bwaka, win vessel. ANC sort of get vexed. So, oh, that's not fair. Win vest. We stay there. Part of Liberty Party say we support Mr. Cummings. You say we cause confusion. Just stop it, man. You don't get shame. Just stop it. Delon, Yombly, they want support the woman. Oh, they're not confusion. It's fine. They went to Buchanan. They had a birthday party. Yombly brought it in the house. Yombly had a papa birthday in the house. Dylan were there. They were racking it, doing everything, going around. The papa giving this, donating that. It was fine. Y'all push Mr. Cummings on the curve. Yombly took the turning over ceremony to Liberty to Unity Party office just to endorse Mr. Bwaka. And her party, her executive committee member, the man who is the secretary for the secretary, and Martin Kula, she refused to tell and say, let's do it. The people wrote, a Unity Party, say, let's prepare for the program. Mo Ali refused to reply. And Yombly, Zango, the other guy, they gave their own people finger. Oh, you ain't know that one there. It was not a confusion. The entire Liberty Party executive wrote the standard bearer, say, what you're doing is wrong. According to the CPP document, everybody must use the head office for turning over ceremony. When Mr. Cummings was taken over, the ceremonies were held at ALP office. When Yomblit was taken over, they did it at the ANC office. You know what they do that for? Because nobody right there is in charge. But their plan was to go there to endorse Mr. Bwaka. So all that one, it was fine. It was fine. Even if Liberty Party, if Yombly say, okay, Liberty Party follow Yombly and say, we will endorse Mr. Bwaka. Not everybody in that party will vote for Mr. Bwaka. Some will vote for Mr. Cummings. But the only thing it will bring late force. So since you don't like competition, you hate competition. Like competition. Liberty Party, ALP will support Bwaka. Liberty Party support Mr. Cummings. Hey, you go to the convention and let everybody do the thing there. Because they were depending on Liberty Party. But still, they're not depending on Liberty Party. That is why Mr. Bwaka answered the question in Maryland. When they asked him about the CPP convention, he said he get a parable. He said, if you go to a river and the river is full, and they say you can't cross, they can't tell you, say you can't go back. You know what I mean? The river, they say, oh, Papa, the river, the river, you can't go. If you cross the player, it will carry you. Okay, bye. So in the CPP, I don't have to go to the convention. If they don't agree, I will go right back. I can stay on my own. That's it. So, Steven, that's it right there, my brother. I beg you, don't make things. Let Comey always say anything. Who's win the CPP primary? He would support it. That's what the man said over and over and over. If you trust yourself, go to the place. We decided to put this thing together. We put the CPP together to support the winner in CPP. Look at the Democratic Party here. They brought over 12 candidates. Look at the Republican Party. At the end of the day, we get back together. But no, it's not supposed to happen that way. Don't go to the convention. The same corrupt attitude. We want to change Liberia, but we don't want to change ourselves. We should sit in there and just put names in front. Because while we hate George Weah, you're stopping, man. Gato. The Commies supported JMB during the 2018 runoff. Yes. Yes. And if you don't want to believe it, I challenge Mr. Bwaka. I challenge anybody who is closer to Mr. Bwaka or Mo Ali to come on air publicly and say that Mr. Cummings did not. Mr. Cummings supported Mr. Bwaka financially. He gave them a check. And if they try, we'll publish the check. So we don't go on that kind of thing there. But Mr. Cummings did not come up publicly to endorse Mr. Bwaka. That was his right to do it or not to do it. So that was it. Mr. Bromsky never did it. Even Yombly today, who supported Mr. Bwaka, she voted for George Weah. Her husband was in CDC. She voted for George Mane Weah, along with Ben Sembi and Musa Bilete, because all the opposition agreed that they will support any opposition party that will go in the second round against Unity Party. And I will tell you, if ANC was going to go in the second round with against Unity Party, they were going to win. If Liberty Party was going to go in the second round, and CDC was going to support them. That was the deal. Although it was not a memo, it was just a memorandum of understanding. It was an MOU that is signed. It was not binding. It was not binding because George Weah then went and organized a coalition. Yes, thank you, Smith. How are you, man? Long time. Okay, see first. When I finish, I will open the phone line. Maybe one or two person can ask questions, but I will only take three. Let me just say 5 callers, just in case. So I will take 5 callers and then I call it quick. So I will take 5 callers. So let me put the telephone number up there. Let me turn it on again and see. And when you call, please, I just want you to tell me if you are in support. I don't want you to come and explain to me Charlie Kintan's story. Just tell me if you are in support. Who are you supporting? If you're supporting Mr. Bwaga, tell me you're supporting Mr. Bwaga. I'm not here to argue with you. But after tomorrow, if they make the decision and we're coming out now, if any Mr. Bwaga supporter come on my platform, I will expect you to be able to defend certain things and I will ask you some questions and you can have that conversation. But today, as far as I'm concerned, we are still member of the CPP until they can be out. So let me put the number up here. So maybe if anybody want to call, they can go ahead and call. But we're not. I just giving you 2 minutes of your time. Don't waste your time to tell me how your day going and whatsoever. Just tell me exactly if you okay with if you okay. See first the general. Don't worry, our people knows coming is the deal. Thank you, my brother. All day they asking, Cummings created job. Of course, he has created jobs in Liberia. His own school. I tell you, man, thank you very much. One of the STEM school too, science, technology, engineering, and math. Yes, the only school in Liberia, that's the only one. Each of them needs employees. That's the fact. And apart from that school, Mr. Cummings got people working with him, the security, the whatsoever. The people that work with Mr. Cummings, they take pay on time too. Sivas, Cummings cannot get us better Liberia. Stop the crying. Okay, my man, your mouth is not a holy Bible. Mr. Cummings got he according to his record and his leadership ability, his honesty is 10 times 10 times 10 better than Mr. Bwaka. Better than Mr. Bwaka. But don't worry, after tomorrow, if you are getting, after we are start getting the news, the information that you guys are going, then we will publish whatever we want to publish. And then you will see all the different tips coming from your own mouth. And you will see people coming out to tell you the truth of Mr. Bwaka. Yeah. So don't tell me I worry. I'm not crying. I'm not crying at all. I'm not worried about Mr. Bwaka. Trust me. I'm worried about George Weah, not Mr. Bwaka. Wow. So GMB cannot control it. No. GMB can't control the CPP. You can't control the CPP. You heard anything from the CPP? The CPP break out on his leadership. Honor his leadership. Yep, GMB failed again. That's the headline there for tomorrow. Joseph Newman Bwaka failed again. Likewise, Cummings followers. His best friend Musa Ability speaks volume. No, yes, no problem. If Musa Ability or criminal, let George Weah prosecute him. If Musa Ability, because of his support to Mr. Cummings, then let George Weah prosecute him. Yeah, George Weah got nothing on Musa Ability. Brother CDC Musa using comics, man. That's your saying. You from Liberty Party now. What you or either Liberty Party or UP supporter. How can you say that CDC using Musa? Musa look at somebody that want money. If Musa can support somebody, why Joshua can go after Musa? But let me tell you this: if Musa supporting Mr. Cummings to go against Joshua, they are happy. Then he made my day. If Musa ability supporting Joshua to break up the CPP and make Mr. Cummings to go on his own or to win the CPP standard bearership, then thank you, Mr. Ability, because I think you have landed us somewhere that will give Mr. Weir his run. You have landed us somewhere. Because listen, my people, I'm not worried about Unity Party. Unity Party, I'm telling you, Unity Party won't get no damn voice. The only party I'm worried about is CDC. CDC has the money. CDC will do whatsoever, but I'm not worried about Liberty Party and Unity Party. Unity Party ain't got a jack, and nobody going to support them financially. So I'm worried about that. If Bernard Ure want to challenge, he put him on there, he'll be the loser. But us, ANC, Mr. Cummings got the support of Liberians in the diaspora around the world. Okay, so you must take it for a joke. So if Musa Belete working for George Weah, I am happy. I am happy, Musa Belete, that you gave the entire Liberty Party to support us. Only for the convention. Listen, that's the convention. That is the convention. Because you guys are so naive in the Unity Party, some of you guys. Musa Belete is not saying, and some of you say that Musa Belete giving this. Musa Belete support. Look, they made the game tough. That's what good competition. We love competition. Damn it, Mr. Cummings, that man. Mr. Cummings, that man. Mr. Cummings, that man. And ABC will be even worse than we are. Your liar calling you from Lofa County. You lie, Charles calling you lie. Mr. Cummings will not steal nothing from Liberia because he got enough. He want to serve. To serve and to be a ruler is two different things. He will never be the worse than we are. The fact of the matter, you need to change. If you don't change, those that want change will join Mr. Cummings and will find a better change. You know what I'm saying? But because you want to be corrupt, this is not a tribal thing. This is not a county politics. This is not a county politics. You see, they also want to be, but I will call you guys out. I know you will not vote for Mr. Cummings from your response and your name and where you coming from. You are calling. But you know the good thing? I got plenty of people from Lofa County that supported Mr. Cummings. There are plenty that supported Mr. The good ones, the ones then who travel out of Lofa and in Monrovia. So you, Collie, you lying. You lying. You got no reason of supporting Mr. Boaka because he's from Lofa County. That's all. That's your name right there, Charles Collie. But listen, man, Kennedy, don't be a little boy here. Don't be a little boy. You can't teach nobody about vice president voting. Vice president don't vote in the Senate. You don't know that? Vice president only vote when they want to break the tie. But vice president is the only person in the country that attends two important meetings. The vice president attends every cabinet meeting. The vice president is the president of the Senate. You come and stay here accountable. Vice president vote? Who the hell care? Vice president vote, but to break tie. So the vice president is part of every agreement that was prepared by the president. The vice president is aware. Now, when they take it to the Senate, the vice president sells the president agenda. Some of the vice president, because of like Joe, let me give you an example with Joe Biden. Joe Biden knew the Senate so well because he was a senator. He used to negotiate. He negotiated with senators from behalf of Barack. Right now, Kamala Harris, that's what she do. That's what she does. She go around. She makes sure she sell it. If no way, they depend on her to break the tie because when she break the tie, that's it. So stop it. Don't make yourself look like a boy. He was not a senator to vote. Don't you know that vice president can vote to break the tie? You don't know that one? You just make yourself a little small again. The same thing we're talking about. That's why y'all fool people every day. Y'all fool people every day in Liberia because you live in America, or because you live somewhere, or because you know small little book. You don't know that the vice president is the president of the Senate. The vice president breaks the tie if the Senate is tied when the voting. The vice president is aware of every contract that negotiated by the executive. When it gets to that place, the vice president do all the pushing, all the lead link. So if you think Mr. Bwaka was not part of it, you lie. He was part of it. He ain't got to make decision. You don't have to say I'm making it. No, he's not. So I beg you, man, don't fool the people that are reading the comments here. JMB all the way. I just told you, the man from Lofa County, you supporting JMB, then you can't even defend your own candidate. Now that's the good thing. Now when Mr. Bwaka go on his own, we're going to have a debate. They're going to call for debate. The political parties got to come up, because in the CPP they refuse for debate. When Mr. Comey finish with you, the way the Omer can't think too good against it. 2017 was different. If Cummings can be in bed with criminality, tell us that Cummings is fake and power greed. But do you, okay, let me ask you something. You see, there's a saying, they say, before you speak, you must make sure that you are not part of what you want to say. Ability and what it means, Ure, who is more criminal? Ure can come to America. Ability can come to America. Ability can travel anywhere. Ability have not been indicted nowhere. As a businessman, they went to court. They say, "Oh, you owe government taxes. You owe this. You owe that." He paying it. The FIFA case, that fake case, because the fact is that Ability tried to run for president, and he was the first. He was one of the first 5, the only African to be one of the first 5 for FIFA president. And they say, "Oh, Ability have a corruption. He ate Ebola money." Why they can't prove it? Do you know how many years passed by? They can't prove it. My man, stop it. If Omer Bwaka can dance and sleep with Bernard Ure, who the entire world know that he's corrupt. He corrupt. Number 1, stole from Liberian government maritime. They know all that one. His name is on the treasury list. He would never come to America. Never. There you want top ability? Go sit down, brother. Go sit down. Go sit down. Yep, we can't wait. That's it. Sleepy Joe. Cummings will be more dangerous than we are. Oh, my man. That you alone just talking the scene. I want to see more people who defending you. Hey, man. Your internet citizen are the problems for Liberia. You call me the internet citizen? My brother, I'm a voter in Liberia. You see my license? You see my Liberian license? Dummy. You call internet citizen? And you see, and you on the internet to Philip Fako Tamba. You on the internet. You say I look like you on the internet watching me. You from Lofa County too. Yeah, it pinning you. You can't win. You bring in county politics and the thing. You know no reason. I know that your uncle. No, you the uncle because you kissy man. So that's it. That's your right to support your uncle. No wonder JB being quiet. They say lead CPP he and UP run. Oh yeah, that what he quiet for, man. That what he quiet for. They can't talk. They don't know what to say. They don't know what to say. The woman, listen, the woman will really disappoint them. The woman not running. The woman not run. Don't watch it. Y'all see. Voting Cummings as president will make our sisters unmarried. My man, then you say unmarried too. What happened? Look at you. You want to say Mr. Cummings? No, say it right. You got to say it right. Because your name, Philip Foko Tamba, He said, voting Cummings as president will make our sisters unmarried. Don't talk about woman building because JB is war woman now, so that anything that happen there, forget it. We know what happened when he came recently. And we know who the Pope behind him. Contradiction. Why a clean man Cummings is in bed with criminal ability. My man, Stephen Carter, you can change it. You can change it from now to judgment day. You say contradiction. You sort of ask Mr. Bwaka, who is already a corrupt man, who dancing with Ure all over the time. Yeah? Okay. Tell me your friend. You know, you don't. I just need to take your post and change and take Mr. Cummings' name from there and put Bwaka name. The post you just put up is good. I can take that name from there and put Bwaka name. You, it will hear your, it will hear your ability really soak your. You say sister, not ours. uh, it will hear your, it will hear your, it will hear your. Josh Hot. You know the party went broke when Ellen left. They broke. They broke, brother. And that I mean, mother, they depending on. Let you go spend all that money. Now, when you asking that man, let the man say, look, Pilate is a Liberian citizen. Delon, in fact, Delon then changed Bilete already. Delon said that Bilete was poor, now he saw. So as a Christian, I know who Saul was and who is Saul. And you know, so Saul now changed to be poor and he carried the gospel. So Bilete, who was Saul, now trying to speak truth to power. He's not the same Bilete yesterday. But when he purchased the pickups and other things for them, it was okay. He's a businessman. He sell oil. He got gas station. Whether he used it from LPRC, the fact is that let the government go after him. That's the fact. And they do the thing Bilete are broker. Nobody can convince Bilete. Bilete is not a one who want money. Bilete got money. Bilete got money. You can't buy him. You can't buy Bilete. And if Bilete was crook, he ain't got no reason to even pretend about George Weah. Bilete have criticized George Weah so many times when you're CPP, when you're a Liberty Party. So where in the war, if Bilete is actually supporting CDC, he got no reason to hide. No reasons. He supported George Weah in the second round because all the opposition decided that we will support whoever goes against the the Liberty Party and Unity Party. And I will tell you today, every one of them who left and voted against Mr. Bwaka, they will still vote against Mr. Bwaka no matter what, because they had no confidence. Over 350,000 people refused to vote in the second round because they had no confidence in the two leaders, the two parties. You don't know that? Women of Liberia will be unmarried when Cummings become president. That's a good thing. They're forced to marry. Your sister from Guinea or Ivory Coast, we are talking about Liberia and Liberian women. Your sister from Guinea or Ivory Coast, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, bro. GMB supporters are a bunch of greedy hunters using GMB, who is extremely unhealthy. Jackson, what's up, brother? Kennedy Munel, who is supporting the cartel? What cartel center? I don't know what the hell you talking about. You asked me a question, you expect to know who supporting. You got to tell me who's supporting cartel center. I don't know. You got to tell me, my man. I've never been part of a cartel group. I've never been part of a corrupt group before in my life. I can tell you the real truth. I speak for myself. Maybe maybe that Ure or whosoever, I don't know. The man of wisdom can't even bring people together in his short term. I'm telling you, brother, the man lied to the people in the diaspora when he was going home. He said, in fact, we're going to play JMB tape, the interview on BBC. He said that when I go home, I'm going to bring the parties together and we're going to solve the problem. He lied again to the people he lied again. He went to the town hall meeting. He said, it's no problem. When we get there, we will do, and I'm going to play it. I will look for that tape and play it. When I asked him the question, is Mr. Cummings a criminal? He said, no, he apologized. He said he never did it and he don't want for anybody. He's a decent man. Oh, wait. Mr. Bwaga lie again. The papa couldn't forget. The papa reached the age he couldn't forget, my people. Who think you are more Liberian than I do? Weed is working. Look at, I even say weed working. I don't know who the hell you're talking about smoke. I don't smoke. So if you're talking to somebody else, then. But the fact is that you're not voting, my brother. Go home. Be part of the process. Stop it. Be part of the process. Continue to be blind and live in delusion. You got freedom to talk, my man. You must have spent the same time. I will soon go. I will soon leave right here. Don't mind that. All the loud voices we have heard, we have had, what have they done? Tell me. People can ask a question. All the loud voices we have had, what have they done? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not here to come interpret what you're talking about. Weed is not good for you. Who the hell smoke weed again, my people? He's a man of peace, and you guys are not willing to work together. Kato, you read from Lufa Kane for Drew together. There is no need he wastes his time. Since you men let everyone go on their own. Oh, is that what they talk? That means not a leader. How can a leader give up? A leader don't give up, oh. A leader don't give up. Eddie Marshall, the people you are supporting and have been working in government, how many jobs have they created? In Mario Colley, he was only there for his belly. Let Colley, please tell what you're trying to say, man. Time has changed. Yep. Liberian stupid people, my boy. Do you know the function of the vice president kitchen? Y'all see trouble here again. Y'all see y'all see the question that Stephen Gatto asked me if I know the function of a vice president. Oh Jesus. Okay, Stephen, just for my audience sake, one, the vice president is the second person in command in the country. But since you just say vice president, in any organization, the vice president is the second person in command in organization, in the country or whatsoever. But when it comes to the government, the vice president next to the president, the vice president is active whenever the president is out. The vice president take control when the president is incapacitated, dead, or whatsoever. The next man is the president. Two, the vice president do not make any decision when the president is around. All decision come from the president. But the vice president in a common man's term, the vice president is always the closest person to the president. He's the first advisor to the president. So the vice president is aware of every deal that the president carries. The vice president attends every cabinet meetings. The vice president is the president of the Senate. The vice president, let me put in a real common man sense. The vice president is like a messenger to the president. The president can send a vice president, go and represent me, go and do this, go and. So the vice president and the president are going to be very close. You know what I'm saying? So any any deal from the president office to the public, the vice president is aware. Even if the vice president disagree, the the cabinet, along with the vice president, they are the close associates to the president. Once they agree to the president agenda, that's what they carry. The vice president do not have an agenda, but also the vice president can give an input to the president. Don't let me break all the thing down for you, my brother. Say you think Mr. Bwaka was sitting there doing nothing, that means he ate the poor money for free. Is that what you want to say? Then, since Cummings is popular, then JB, stop crying, baby. But listen, how the hell I would tell you that Mr. Cummings is popular than JB? Do you think popularity, you think leadership is popularity contest? Let me tell you, the only man I knew that was popular in Liberia and Liberian people follow him and will not going to see it again is George Manawia. Apart from George Manawia, Mr. Bwaka popularity because he was president for vice president for 12 years. So they know the name vice president. But the fact is that they don't know him too. Some people have never seen Mr. Bwaka, and I will tell you today, people in Maryland, River G, and Grand G, that they have never seen Mr. Bwaka in the territory. They don't know who Bwaka is. They only heard the name. So not because they heard the name, they're going to vote. The name that they heard about Mr. Bwaka, one, he's a dead man walking. Two, he encouraged corruption around him, like man like Anthony Kesseley, who is so corrupt closer to him. So we know all that. You getting it? And so many other corruption that went on. And you want to leave? We'll break it up. Don't worry, begin. We'll get all the information. Cummings will not even make it to the second round. But you see, your mouth is not a holy Bible. Tom Well, your mouth is not a holy Bible. Don't be surprised that you might not even make it to the second round, or you might not even make it in the primary. Now, I'm not talking about primary. In the preliminaries, you might not even visit all the counties because you broke. You don't have money to run election. So you worry about oh man, Tom Well, man, Tom Well, I beg you, please. You must say that be looking at 2017. Be looking at 2017 and see. Just watch it. You better say something seriously. Seriously. Thank you, Imai. You see that name, Collie, a decent man from Lofa County. He's very decent. His eyes, he's exposed. He from Lofa, but he exposed. It's almost like the Americans. The Americans that travel out of America, when they come back, they respect America. So, and they say the truth out there. But you see, Imai Collie, he understands. It's not because the name sound Collie. Me, man, from Bon County. But some of them, they want to be on travel business. Like he's a Liberian. But some of you people think you only represent a county instead of the country. Yes, they are leaving. But don't be surprised. So maybe they might change it. They might change their mind because the news is all over now. They're testing the water. What's up, Nancy? How everything? They're testing the water. Oh, they're testing the water. My man, Yombly, Liberty Party, ALP, and UP will put San in Ability, ALP, and Cummings, ENC, Gary tomorrow. How they going to do it? It's a shame. It's a disgrace. It is a disgrace. Liberty Party with ability is recognized by NEC. NEC. They recognized by NEC. So the thing is that Liberty Party, unless you can go register independent Liberty Party, you say you brave for the Red Oak Gary. NEC recognized ability as a chairman. We call back home, and the people are resolved to support GMB, and nothing can change. In Monrovia, you're right. In Monrovia, you call him Monrovia. He can't even win Lofa County again. He can't win Lofa County because hey, why you can put a Samuka there and I say you get beam off. Who you call? Who back home? Oh, Lofa County. Oh, maybe he might win Lofa, but don't win anywhere. Y'all watch and see. Watch and see. You ain't see nothing yet. I cannot hear Joe Bwaka handle them talking about his leadership and experience again. But he can't talk again. The old man know he was disappointed. Just watch it. The old man will not contest. The old man will not contest. Y'all watch it. The old man will not contest. Take it from me. Stop confusing question. Okay, and Stephen Gatter say I confused a question. I don't know what he mean by confusing question. Gatter asked, he said, do you know the function of the vice president? So who confusing the question? You confuse your own question? You know what I love about Liberians? That is why we still having problem understanding. You ask a question. If you go into the constitution and they tell you the role of the vice president, you must understand what it means. And also, since you don't know that the vice president come with responsibilities, the vice president have oversight responsibility on certain corporation, autonomous agency within the government, like the lottery. The lottery is controlled. They report to the vice president. The group of 77 is under the vice president office, and most of the time, the second lady is her job. I mean, Stephen Carter, you only know what you're talking about. Man, the people close, man. Thank you, man. Moravia is not even Liberia before Lofa County. He called Liberia. Jonathan Russell said, don't call. Don't call back. Go back. I like that. Stephen Carter. Russell said, don't call. Just go back. What are you calling for? Hey, man. You think I was saying we can call too? So your understanding about back home is Monrovia, right? No, you. So how many people you call in Liberia? Oh, you call Lofa County where again? That real you said we call back home. So two places. Either you call Lofa County, where you from, or you call Monrovia. Don't watch it and see. Tom will CPP must dissolve. Period. But how you dissolve PPP? You know the party leaving CPP behind. JB back. JB back. When his health is in a bad condition, the old man is not feeling too good. Period. Yeah, I don't wish for anything bad, but he's not feeling good. I am there every year. I have my current voting card. Okay, can you? I bet you. I want you to scan your current voting card. I want you to scan yours for my own to show that I'm there. I show you my license. You see my Liberian license? So you get my American license. This is my American license. This is my Liberian license. You see the Republic of Liberia seal? Okay. Let me show you my vote. Let me show you my voting card here. So you can be there every year. Hey, look in there and see my card in that thing there. Yeah, my Liberian voting card. You there every year at your business, my brother. Other people there. My wife just came back today from there too. Okay. They left Liberia completely, expecting institutions to build on their own. That's a fact. Okay. It's time for ANC to start reaching out to these enchanted seditions to come on board. That's the fact. And that is what we're doing. That is what we're doing, my brother. Elijah S. Moses said, my brother, it is late. I don't know why you mean late. I don't know what is late. There's nothing ever late, my brother. You know, the party no CPP cannot carry JB, so they're making all this noise. Taxing. Oh, Hassan Kennedy, what are the major causes for CPP political division? Well, Hassan, It's all based on greed. It's based on greed. Yeah, it's based on greed because they all agree. When I say greed, I talk about GRED, now greedy, greedy. But some people believe that they are entitled to leadership in Liberia. But when they see people were organized, that we some guys don't know, Ure was never part of the first three. It was Liberty Party, ANC, and UP. What Bromsky was trying to bring them together. ANC had a little issue with that, but Mr. Cummings and other people understand and listen. For us to do this, it's good for us to come together to reduce the parties instead of getting 22 and whatsoever. Yes, we can work together. Then Mr. Bwaka brought in ALP, and it was not organized because of Unity Party. And, I don't like to say it, but I don't know if Bromsky was alive today if Mr. Bwaka was going to be talking by this time, if UP could talk. Yeah. Because UP was dead. Talk about UP was gone. All the members were going to CDC. UP were finished. That Mr. Bronsky brought them back together. They CPP. But they tried to manipulate the entire thing because they took second in the last election, and they believe that when you come second, the next one is yours. So that's how it's supposed to be, and which that's not a fact. Because of opposition not doing their work, that is why incumbent always winning. You know what I'm saying? And what wrong? What was the wrong that Mr. Cummings caused that people should think that he did something wrong because he want to run for president? And two, according to the rules, the two parties that have candidates, Unity Party and ANC, according to the paper, they must have access to the two-party delegates. If there were four political leaders, if there were four candidates, they all should have access. They all should have access to every other party. Okay. Hold on 1 minute, guys. I got to answer this. Okay, guys, the line is open. I know you guys forget the number already. Okay, Hassan, that's the fact. So we know. So they think that they should be the one in charge. And Brother Cummings, no, Liberians cannot refuse money. That why he using his money to get. Okay, how are you?
Hello, Manel.
Yes, you online. You on.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me say hello to everyone, to your listening audience. Say good afternoon, good evening, or good morning if you're in Liberia, you're in Europe. This is really sad, but it's okay. Us okay. There's a book called "The Obstacle Is the Way." We need change. And because we want real change, we don't anticipate that it's going to be a walk in the park. People must understand that. So long the ANC and Alex were accepting anything that was thrown at them and giving way for them to be, then Alex was a good guy. But we have seen the leadership of Alex. The leadership of Alex literally, what do you call it, took over the whole election in 2020. And we saw the Darius Dillon will be elected. We saw Young Tanga were re-elected. We saw a lot of new senators elected. So this is like we say, meaning I brought my football to the field. All right, I have my football. So if you don't play by my rules, I'm taking my football to leave. And if this is the case, so be it. But you know why? Mania, you, myself, and many other people who believe in the former master of Liberia, we have a lot of work to do. You know what? We have 2022 to work and reach out to our people and educate our people. When we say education, we're not talking about the colonial education. Letting them know how important the vote is, how the decision will impact the future. You know, the Paula White said, you get an opportunity once in a lifetime. When that opportunity is gone, it's gone. Some people are trying to reverse that opportunity. That was yesterday. Today requires a different kind of input, a different kind of insight, a different kind of leadership. And we need a leader that will take Liberia to where she stands today, still, and suffering and struggling, and we're rampant corruption and rape epidemic, murder in daylight to the next century, the 21st century. It will require fatality, it will require character, it will require intelligence, it will require work experience, meaning being able to create jobs. Somebody who have created jobs. You know, I listened to Jeremiah Kun today. Oh, if we don't do this, Aslam Michel will leave. Aslam Michel is not the only organization in the world that does iron ore mining. Aslam Michel has a brother who also offered us during the time that first deal was signed. More than this brother offer us. Why we end up with him, I don't understand. There are other people who are doing the same exact thing. It left with our lawmakers, if they knew what they were doing, to reach out and look for other competition. They don't want to do that. So for change to come, Liberians must stand for it, they must fight for it, they must earn it. It's not going to happen overnight. So we would rather UP stay, that we figure this out together. I remember 2018, when the lady in Montserrat were brought in, they say, oh, UP got Montserrat. Against Joseph, UP didn't go nowhere. They brought in Grand G, UP, the one who got the number, UP didn't go nowhere. They did the same thing in Kema, UP didn't go nowhere. Okay? So we are coming, the essence of coming together, the essence of a marriage, for my weakness to be your strength, for my strength to amplify us. So you want me to support you when you won't go to school as your wife or as your husband. But when I'm ready to go to school, no, I'm smarter than you. I can't go. Yep. Because if you go, you make me look bad.
That's a fact.
So how are we in a relationship? How the relationship all about you? Then that becomes an abusive relationship. We did it. We saw the case of Limakante. We saw the case with Fubi Henry. That boy won with less than 1%. They say he won. In the real world, that would not happen. You people, somebody there. AL people, somebody there. AL people, somebody there. In fact, the brought Salinta to give out until all of our yell. Then he cannot, but he was still on the ballot. So this is like we say, and I was saying, man, my football, I brought my football. If you don't agree to anything I say, I'm taking my football to leave. But you know what? We have work to do. People are not static. People evolve. You know, somebody said metamorphosis. People evolve. Somebody said during the last election when they were talking about Delon and said, if you don't know you're hungry and you go vote for such Fala because he gave you money, that's your business. If you don't know your children are being raped, that's your business. If you don't know your children are dying, that's your business. You don't know all of this, then that's on you. So, Manera,
yep.
I don't think Waka is leaving. What I think is there may be a few other guys that are going rogue because they are desperate. They need their own position. They need their job. Okay? and that's it. Some of them can survive without government job. I saw one of them, the one in Bonkante and Jala. Jala said he's running for district 6. He was senator, the deputy in the last election. Now he's running for district 6. You were there, you collected all this money. Can you not go open business and hire people? Can you not? Look, Manel, great job. Let's continue to push and educate our people.
We will.
The goal in the coming months is to get you on the air in Liberia. Let's get this going. Let's support our people. Let's educate our people. Education in the means of trying to inform them on their rights and responsibility and why their vote is the single most important asset as a citizen of any nation.
Yes.
Your vote is the most powerful protest, your most powerful asset that you have, or something, possession that you have. So if you're going to use it, don't use it for $20, don't use it because somebody gave you $20. Don't use it because somebody gave you $40. Don't use it because somebody gave you a cow meat. Don't use it because somebody gave you t-shirt. Use it because when you use it, it speaks to what you want for you, for your children, for your nation. That's it. Let me go back and listen. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You heard what she said. And to be frank, guys, you know, when we're telling you that we're giving information out, the information is real. I said it before that this is some rumors, but we're waiting for the announcement tomorrow. You know, that is where Mr. Bwaka must step in. There are people who making the announcement. Mr. Bwaka is not even in the country. You know that, eh? Mr. Bwaka is in Ghana. There are people who want to make the announcement, who believe that they should leave. They within the UP. They are the one putting out there that they are going to announce tomorrow that Unity Party is out. But we want to hear from Mr. Bwaka himself if it's truth. If it's true, let Mr. Bwaka show to the Liberian people if he's a leader. But for now, as much as they say they're going to leave, until they can leave, as far as I'm concerned, they are still a member of the CPP, and I consider it as a rumors. But I know that it's not because the information came from them. The information was not, it never came directly from Mr. Bwaka. I want to clear that part off. It came from officials within the Unity Party who think that no matter what, they believe that Mr. Bwaka can go and win. Mr. Bwaka can go in the second round. He can do this, he can do that. And some of you guys that are making the comments. So that's why I said, be careful. Maybe Mr. Bwaka might not even run because they are pushing him too much. They are making decisions. Why he's not speaking? Why would the party just get up? And the man is not in the country. He's not in the country. So you don't take my word for that. Eh? It's up to you if you don't want to believe it. Don't take my word for that. Yeah, what's up, Florence Taylor? Everything. Okay, Samuel and Williams, I see your post. Where is corrupt? We all know that, man. 100%. Samuel Williams. Deal with him, colleague. You are crying more than the bereaved. Tell Bwaka to use some of the looted money from the container. Oh, that's a good one. They blaming Bility for their leave. Yeah, always blaming somebody. Always. Uncle Pete, man from all the counties watching. Cummings is the change for Liberia. We will support Cummings all the way for a better Liberia. Thank you, sir. And I believe in you any day. Your voice matters. Just stay on your own now. Don't worry, Masekwe. We already like you're the one running away from us. You're the one running away. Oh. He is not a political material, but a desperado. Any way you want to call him. to show when Unity Party people don't have nothing to say, they can go in all kind of things. You know about Desperado? You watch the show Desperado? Tell me, Desperado is the guy. So he's the hero, man. He's the hero. He's desperate to make change. You- I like that. So, General Miss Charlene Bromskin is expected to speak tomorrow. What do you expect to get from her press conference? I don't know, Joseph Conto. I won't lie to you. I really don't know what she's going to say. And one thing I would say that it's up to her. That's her will. And Charlene Bromskin is not the owner of Liberty Party, but I know she will speak the truth. And she also had problem with what his name Delon because of her father. And Delon never spoke to Bromsky until he died because Bromsky was right in America when he was seriously sick and Delon was here. So it's a long thing. She's going to speak what she will speak. It won't make no difference, but she will speak the truth. So don't be surprised, my brother. Joseph, don't be surprised. I know you know more than I know. Prince Masekwe Cummings is the biggest loser after spending all his money on criminal Musa Billy. Musa Billy tell you somebody who want money. You're brave. You're really brave. Now CPP can really hold the government accountable. One faction of the real opposition. Now we can speak. If Mr. Bwaka actually followed these guys, it would be better. Now Mr. Cummings free to speak now as a standard bearer who will be on the ballot, because that's what make him selfish and desperate. I know Mr. Bwaka is not desperate to be president. He's not desperate. If he's not desperate, you're going to stay out of the race. If he's not desperate, UP will not be in the CPP. UP will not be fighting around. But desperation is not a wrong thing. But some people, desperation is bad in a sense. Their desperation is not for change, it's for chance. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. The reason is Cummings and criminality. You see, UP can't even stick to the topic. They insulting criminal, not criminal, not criminal. And when I say the woman criminal, but you see, I get you see Prince Massacre, poor excuse. They all could have left because of GMB and URE. Yeah. Make out to Kennedy again. Coming scary. The Liberian people, man, he is too desperate, so he have to go low to criminal. we were people was talking about belated criminal behavior. I mean, stop writing some nonsense, man, please. UP brought Ure, Yombly, and Dillon brought liberty. Ability. I like that. That's a good one. Unity Party go and sell their votes. Yeah. Samuel, that the disrespect caused Bwaka to leave because no job in Liberia, no job in Liberia good for Cummings besides the presidency. But Samuel, are you ready? You got kids? Are you teaching your kids anything good? Do Mr. Cummings look at somebody that Liberian government should give job to pay? So which are the job good for Mr. Bwaka? What Mr. Bwaka did in government, show us his record in government. Mr. Bwaka will fire everywhere he ever worked, including vice president. After 12 years, we remove him from LPMC, agriculture, LPRC, vice president. He ran for president, he lost. So tell me what job he need to get. Mr. Cummings worked for a Fortune 500 companies. Go and read about him. Don't bring his personal business because when we go personal, Mr. Bwaka ain't do half of what Mr. Cummings have done. Half. Mr. Boaka have not done it. You know what I'm saying? So if you think Mr. Cummings only need the presidency to make money, you lie. Mr. Boaka is the one who want to be president for people behind him and himself to steal because he know what it takes to work in government. If he cannot even account for $5 million that he make as a salary as vice president and he broke today, that means he can never manage Liberia. The same thing we told George Weah. But you see, Mr. Cummings, he worked and make honest money and he will survive on it until he die. His children. You getting it? So it's not about his personal life. You getting it? Mr. Cummings, that's his right to run for president. Do you know what it takes to run for president? As a Liberian, you are a Liberian, 35 years old, 25,000 hours for property. That's it. They even ask you if you get degree. They ain't say when you get money, you know. But Mr. Cummings is well settled. He don't want salary. Mr. Boaka praying for the salary that all Mr. Boaka want. That is why he living on loan after 12 years. And because some of you guys are naive, when they talk about loan, you talk about America. Oh, in America, we live on loan because the system here is for loan. In Liberia, the system don't call for loan. Only the rich men and take loan. In Liberia, the ones that who in government take loan. What? How much Mr. Boaka getting every month from government that he will take loan? Government feed him, government doing everything for vice president. So he was going to keep a $5 million. Mr. Boaka is going to open big business today. He open company? No. He got people working for him? No. They put her in bombing hills on the farm, they're working free. He just getting little chicken change. Free. Don't move from here, man. I know what can I be teaching your children. Your responsible and sound educated people come on Facebook, make some comments that make no sense. I wish your children can read it kind of thing. Y'all speak truth to power, man. Y'all speak truth to power. Some of us will not care about children home because of the way we behave. Because of the way we behave, we cannot carry our children home to even have a decent life. You want to take your children from here because you build a good house in Liberia. You got your house is fenced. You get a generator. Then you take your child from Canada and say, "Oh, that I play and leave you." Your child can't even play with nobody child because the other person get light. The other person get close. The other person don't have a decent life. Then you carry your children to Liberia and make it look as if, yeah, you see what I'm living, but you left Liberia, don't have a system. You came to America, they got a system. You can credit, you can go to school, you can do everything. In Liberia, you don't got it there. Then you sit here and talk about Liberia. Now, Liberia should be the way it looked like to put Mr. Boaka, who was 12 years. Because he was vibrant for 12 years, so he qualified. Man, just shut up, man. Sometimes I don't understand you guys. Why you're doing that? Yeah, they say that he birthright. That Joseph Boaka birthright because he was vibrant for 12 years, so he must be president. He's not desperate, but he desperate, but he fears. So fear and desperation is the one that killing UP. For us, we're desperate. Our desperation for being president, for Mr. Cummings to be president, is to change the system. His desperation is to make sure that we get good schools in Liberia. His desperation is to make sure that our healthcare system is better, that our poor people can go to JFK and they will not turn them back. He's desperate because our nurses and our teachers must be trained. Our police officers should be paid to get better security, not to go and mine one big man house. That when the citizen call them, they should respond. They should go there because they're taking pay. Not for the police director to make $10,000 while the ordinary policeman making $150. That is why Mr. Cummings is desperate. He's desperate for change. He's not desperate for change. He's not desperate because he wants to make money. You getting it? Because Mr. Cummings' foundation alone gave thousands of dollars to Liberia. Mr. Cummings personally alone, he has spent more in Liberia with organization than anything. Which of the Liberian and the Liberian politician who went to a school, they got the Nima Community College and gave them UMU, University of Liberia, and other schools? You tell us. He's desperate that only the president can make the difference. You can make the difference as president in Liberia. You know what I'm saying? If you're not, you can help few people, but we should not make the difference and let other people be president. Then how you expect to change? You think Liberia farm? You think Liberia should remain like that? You live in America, you get a house in Liberia, don't pay taxes. You keep it, you go behind closed door. But you want for Liberia to be better. Thank you, Jackson and Jackson, for telling him. Samuel William, you confused. He confused for true. They're going to form a new group. They will form a new group. RRP, that's true. But we're just waiting for the announcement. I want to hear from Mr. Bwaka himself signing it. But this decision actually was made by some of the Unity Party people in Liberia. Mr. Bwaka is in Ghana. You have not heard Mr. Bwaka speaking because Mr. Bwaka is not even running the Unity Party. I'm not going to no Senate. I'm not even going to no Senate for any nonsense because the Senate, they are corrupt because the executive makes them corrupt. The senators, the representatives make them corrupt. When the executive is corrupt, what you expect from the Senate? In Liberia is a unitary state. The executive has power. The executive determines everything in Liberia. When the executives say, I'm going to pave the road in Lofa, you can't stop it. If they say, oh, we're having a development package, and they say they're not giving Bon County, why don't you go up County, your name will not be there. You can't stop it. And that is why they just gave flat rate to all the counties. So we're going to send it for a while. Let's go in the Senate, man, to do what? And I don't come waste my time. The executive is corrupt. That's why the Senate is corrupt. But I know every contract that are signed, they got international laws and they got the Liberian laws. You bribing your people, you using your money to go to a third world country to exploit the resources. Trust me, they hold you responsible. So GMB not, oh yeah, that's true. GMB not desperate too. That's why he will leave it. He will not run. But I even know Mr. Bwaka agenda. We know not. They can tell us nothing but the agenda. So listen, guys, I'm coming to play the 5 watts and how of Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings put something together and he's consistent about it. And this is why he's going to be. You expect him to support Cummings this time around. Unity Party Cummings start selling votes. That's true. They will sell vote 2 for 5. GMB is about to go into retirement, whether he support Cummings or not. Cummings is David. The rest are Goliath. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay. Helena Flomo. President Weah is the only best thing that ever happened to Liberia. My dear, so we will vote him. Man, you just one person. I'm ready for President Weah yet. You see, you want to concern about President Weah instead of President Weah government. But man, if somebody say President Weah will win, I ask myself the question: how many voters? How President Weah won 2018, 2017? Because all the seditions, the 3-party voters voted for George Weah, he got only 38%. All the other opposition voted for George Weah in the second round. They added 24% to his percentage. He has 62%. The 24 that voted for him, they left. Some of the sedition had left. So right now, George Weah is with a 3 parties. He's around 28 to 30%. So why now? After your thing by building, by paving roads, because it's in fact I consider rehabilitating roads. Because George, we are the Ellen Johnson, nobody have built roads in Liberia. When they say you build a road, that means there was no road and you open it. But all the roads that George we have paved or Ellen Johnson did is all rehabilitating. So if NPA go build their office, NFA building their office, Maritime, Maritime or National Bank build their office, and you think it's something that Liberian people should benefit from to vote for Georgia after the people are suffering. People die mysteriously. There is no justice in the country. The judicial system is corrupt. People are losing their jobs. They can't feed their children. They can't send their children to school. Then they will vote for Joshua in the second round. And we see the corruption is at the highest. 16 billion missing, $25 million map up, no account. Money missing every day, coming from the $1 extra on the rice that the president receiving. We see all the things with all the corruption. Liberians should give George we are a blanket ticket. After, just imagine the man supposed to run for the second term. He ain't perform. Then you go give him the second term where when he finish, you'll be leaving. Ma, Helen, I want to see it, yeah. Let me see it for my own self. If you think Liberian stupid, Liberian people changing. And let me give you one example. That today they can say, but I know we are on the ballot. But yesterday, when the late Muna Pena was crying, she was running against Jill Randolph. Joe, we are put her hand up. She won. They let Geraldine Doe when she was going against Uriel brother. Crying. Joe, we are in America. When Joe we went there, he supported Geraldine Doe. She won. Akara's grave for the second time. Cried. The people said they want Akara grave. Joe, we are carrying him to the Chopper Town market and put here and say, listen, that the man who can talk for me, y'all vote for him. You know what I'm saying? He did it to Fala. He did it to Sir Joseph. Before the first time they win. This time around, nobody had Joe we are put up the one. Nobody. He went to Buchanan. He thought they spend money. He put Besson guy hand. They voted against him. He supported Sir Joseph and Thomas Fala, but he was scared to go around. They went to the march to the stadium. The Moserado Pope voted against Thomas Fala. He went to Bombi Hills. He caused, why didn't he say he caused even Edwin Snow? Edwin Snow, a criminal. Edwin Snow, this. He put Gorilla King Kong. King Kong, why didn't he say they call him corrupt King Kong? Tyler. He put Tyler hand up. They voted against him. Recently, Cran Jida at the number one hold now for CDC. Independent whipping. And Nimba in Bon County, they spent $50 million for scholarship. The vice president went there, they campaign. Independent is opposition. It don't have to be CDC and CPP because Liberian people we get no sense. Independent is still an opposition. They whipping. They went to Nimba County. He supported Prince Johnson Kennedy. Sam Brown whipping. In Bombi Hills again. Edwin Snow went there, put one hand up. She whipped there again. So tell me now. Then you say, oh, because of George Weah. You think that George Weah look and run the government? Samuel Twe corrupt. We all know the people. Your set out with Samuel Twe. All the sedition time with Samuel Twe. All the sedition time with Maggie. And they stay sitting around you. They stay stealing. Some of you didn't get your job. You're seeing it. Don't blame yourself. You must make the decision. For us, Mr. Cummings is running to be president. Mr. Cummings is not running to be president for ANC. Mr. Cummings is not running to be president for ANC. He's running to be president for Liberia. So you don't have to join ANC, but vote for the right person so your children and my children and other people can enjoy Liberia. That when you are voting today, when you go home, you will go to the hospital just in case you're sick. So it too much. So, my Flomo, Helen, that you're right to say it. I'm not stopping you, but it's hard. It's hard, ain't it? What's up, Alex? VARK. Tech, I don't know what you mean, man. Sometimes early flow after voting for Joel, then you asking for small thing. Liberian people are done with your corrupt government. So just quit. uh, well, you see the men who support the Bwaka and Apple more you. They are more done and squander. Jackson, he said, on Canada, he said, they are more done with their squanders and corrupt unity party. Brother, that's why we're going our way. Kennedy, I believe you. Jack Faza, Cummings will never ever win. You know, that's the one I can't understand. Your mouth that hold it power, Cummings will never ever win election in Liberia, regardless of what is going on. He can never become president. I am not God, but he can never become. So who you supporting? Joseph Boaga? How Joseph Boaga can win? Joseph Boaga, Joe, we are whipping the other time. Then how you will win to that? So you supporting George Weah or Joseph Boaga? If you supporting George Weah, you're in a better state. Listen, we either keep the present or we go to the future or we go to the next step. But George, Mr. Boaga could not even win George Weah. In the second round, he won one county. George Weah beat him like market dog. Okay, like old cop. Old cop. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you why I say market dog. Market dog, when you beat it, it can run away. But I changed it to old cop. When you beat it old cop, it can stay one place. So Mr. Cummings can never be president. Ever. And you said that you are not God, but he can never become president. The word never, only one person used the word never, is God. If God said you will never be, you will never be. That never. So you're not God to know who will win or who will not win. But if you are a Boaka supporter, then you are wrong because Mr. Boaka himself have never won any election in Liberia. The 12 year he served, he won it with Ellen Johnson. You know what I'm saying? Ellen Johnson brought him and said, just sit down because you can't talk, sit down right near me. Ellen Johnson knew exactly what she's talking about. And let them pay their dues. They pay their dues, they run away. Like the dues business run away from. You not make no sense, man. You not make no sense. I don't, you know, sometimes if you talk Vani Mosema, Vani Mosema, if you're talking to me for me to answer you, then you gotta rephrase it. But if you're talking to somebody, I don't know what you say making sense. Because what I'm saying, if anybody say I am not making sense, then they themselves hard to understand because I'm breaking it so I got it all the way down to the flow. I'm not an educated guy, so it's not hard for you to understand me. Jack, all those that became president, people told them the same. That's true, Jackson. Everybody, people say George, we are not going to be president. Anyone not going to be president. This person not going to be president. Don't say never. Just say you'll not be president, man. You know, don't say never. Don't put, when you say never, you take it personal. That means it's personal, you know. Okay, wow, a lot of comments. And Cummings had to take money from his account to pay ability and surrogates to support him. You say, look at, let me tell you today, and maybe you don't know Kennedy, maybe you don't know. Put me on record. You see, the election that came up in Liberia, the supporters of Mr. Cummings in America will finance the election. The other day, just within no time, they raised 200,000 plus, almost $300,000. So now, Mr. Cummings, if Mr. Boaka agree to the kids, the political, corrupt, greedy belly people, I don't want to use the word like also can say swan. Once Boaka agreed to them, fine. Y'all will see the difference. So if you think Mr. Cummings goes, but even Mr. The thing is that how will you call Bilete that somebody who broke? Man, y'all stop it, man. I don't know the way I can be acting. Too much waste of time. People also said that John Weah was never, yeah, they say John Weah never would be president. Eddie shall tell us JB performance history small. But I didn't get nothing to say about Joe JB. They ain't got nothing. Every one of them ain't get nothing. Donzo Boama, what's up, my man? They support Sleeping Joe and telling Liberians to wake up. Yeah, I like that. Everybody should move. The unity in the name. That's true. It's just for nothing. Oh, la Musukopo. Hmm. Musukopo. Okay, I'm going to play the 5 watts and how. Musukopo. Musukopo na P Unity Party woman. I'm waiting for your comment. Let me see. I know she got something to say. I know she got something to say. I know. Musukopo. It is ANC that was vexed and fussing with everyone because Ure was supporting JNB. You got vexed with Costa because he supports JNB. We care less if Liberty Party former chairman support ANC. Okay, Musukopo. I agree you care less. The first thing, Ure is not nobody. We only try to tell Ure that he's corrupt, one, and two, he sold his birthright. Before he could even start the process, he had already supported Mr. Bwaka. We all know that. But today you're crying that Mr. Ability is corrupt and whatsoever. Why you think Heron Costa is not supporting, is not talking today? Because Ure is pissed off with you guys. Ure believe that you're trying to use him just for his money and trying to take Yombly. So today, Heron Costa cannot say anything because Ure is not speaking out anymore. You heard anybody from Liberty? You hear Ure talking? No. Heron Costa? No. He's not talking again because they know you're end up bringing up your colors. They know that you guys were just up for trick. You just want to come back in power, but Liberian people catch it quick. They caught you guys quick. So today, if you say former chairman, NEC recognize the former chairman, who is the chairman today. So you can take Yombly with you because you guys are scary and you would never defeat United by one-on-one. You will not make it. Look in my face, Koro, one-on-one. The fake number from 2017. Maybe you think that they stay keeping it. There is no number waiting for you. You think Monrovia is Monserrato? Or I'm sorry, Monrovia is Liberia? No. Only Monrovia. You can't even win Monserrato because it's approving. There's record there that you can't win. You brought Francis. You could not win with all the records you had. You took a lot, you went to Cape Man, you went to District 13, nothing. So your numbers are fake numbers. That is why I followed some of your posts. Some of your posts, either you indirectly insults on your post, or you make statement that provocative for people to answer you or to say things, but it makes no sense, man. You can support Mr. Bwaka, it's your right, but Mr. Bwaka will still disappoint you guys because he's not contesting. He might not contest. We know exactly what's going on in your party. Bunch of corrupt guys in Liberia that are trying to force it down Mr. Bwaka to agree. Force it down to him. You must break away, break away. We're waiting for it. We're waiting for it, man. We're waiting for it. Look, when you go to pick medicine, the one that you bend down to that the next person. So we know exactly Oh, and you see that? She said, "Oh, so you blocked me from commenting. You got the first comment. You see, that's how I said Liberty Unity Party people love to lie. Love to lie. You did this your first comment here. This is your first comment. This is your second comment. This is your third comment, and you say, also you block me from commenting. This is your another one. Y'all can have CPP all alone. All alone. We done with y'all. Oh, you stay commenting, but you say I block you, you lie. Then apologize now. Apologize. You just came on, but somebody, I see why the other person, there's a guy who texts me, say, my man, don't block nobody, man. Did I block you? I don't block people. I don't block people. I only block people when they insult me and I know you and I don't want to fuss with you. Then I block you. But you can cause commies. You can cause who? I will not block you. But if you curse me and I know you, I will block you because I don't want you and myself to have confusion on Facebook. But if I don't know you and you curse me and I look at your something whatsoever, and I know you in Liberia, I will consider you if you're in Liberia because maybe I can convince you. But in America, I don't waste my time, you know. So I never block you, man. But why were you so it look like Musu, you part of the whole thing, eh? Are you part of this thing here that CPP should break up? But why you're breaking up CPP? Tell me. Say something. You won't come up? Call me. Let's talk. If you can defend CPP, if you can defend Bwaka leaving the CPP, then I will come and make your case. Come and make your case. I never block you, Musu, and you still making comments here. Small ball Motaro. Motaro, back again. It is because of greed that why CDC will win its second term. If it was because of Liberia, why some of those political leaders cannot reduce their ego to have a winnable ticket. It is frustrating. Some small ball, Montero, you back again, Montero, you back. One, maybe you're supporting JMB. I told you yesterday, I think the first day, or you voted for George, where according to you, and but you say you're not supporting nobody. But at the same time, you attack Mr. Cummings. But you want for Mr. Cummings to go as VP or whatsoever. Begin your idea. I told you already, your idea is nothing. You still need to be trained. You're running for the little accelerate, try and do better than that. You should understand what politics is all about. Somebody that kind of small mind is not about replacing. It is about right leader, one that reproduce. That's a fact. Yep. Trust me, the decision those political leaders will make today will affect every one of them tomorrow. Let them continue with their political ego and the citizen will judge them. Okay, I agree with you on that. So if any leaders who make the wrong decision, it will affect them. I 100% agree with you on that one. And I think you and myself getting on, we're on the same page on that. So I know the man that I support. He's not making a wrong decision. He's not leaving the CPP. We're waiting for them to say what they want to say because he have never said it. But in democracy, and you running for something in your college there, and I respect that too. I know you must convince them to vote for you. You don't expect them to force them to vote for you. And if you have an opponent, you expect the fee to be fair. It is your right to run, and it is his right or her right to run. That is how the CPP works. So if other people in the CPP think that they're entitled to that leadership, then they're wrong. It's like you running for the auxiliary in a place there in your school. You're not entitled to it, and your opponent are not. But it is your right to contest, and your responsibility is to convince the voters there to vote for you. You must tell them what you're going to do, what you tend to do. That's it. It's fair enough, eh? Sumable. That's it. Moneyball, send me the StreamYard link. Let me join the show. Okay, let me see. You send me your email. Send me your email so I can. Okay, because I'm using my laptop. I'm using my laptop here. It will ask me for. It will ask me for copy. Okay, you got to send me your email, man. I just saw your text. Send me your email. Send me your email so I can. I will send it to you. If you can inbox me right now, then I will send it to you. But I don't have Messenger. Let me see. Let me see, man. Let me see if I have Messenger on this computer here. Okay. Okay, let me see. 1 minute, maybe I might be able to send it through my phone. Okay, I hope. Okay, I think I sent it to you, Donzo. If you get it, you can. You can. But I'm not saying too long now. So if you get it within 10 minutes, then we can. You can come up, and I will accept you. But I'm not taking too long. Okay, let me see. Likewise, after tomorrow, we will open a Pandora box on commies. We all know what you're going to say. We know all the lies. You people, you ain't got nothing to carry. You people ain't got nothing. Yeah, that the people that who feel that they're so greedy. So that's why they're trying to break it down. Munir, change is relative and everyone is calling for change. But unfortunately, it's only a change of leadership, but the same old system of corrupt continues. Just as CDC said the same. Okay, now you see, we're speaking almost the same. Change is relative, but when we talk about change, it's not just about removing President Weah. President Weah then did the same thing, but then Ellen time was over. So they think that they were the second largest, they were the next in charge. So after Ellen, nobody could win then. That's the time. Now, Unity Party is doing the same thing that it is our time because we took second to Joshua. Saint Joshua is messing up. We must come back. No. Change for better. When you bring it, look, change must start from you. You cannot tell me you want to change people's lives and at the same time you want your life to be better. It's not do what I say, but do what I do not do. Do what I say, but do what I say, but don't do what I do. No. If you want to change and you want to improve the people's lives, why are you giving all this money to yourself? Why are you want to live the lavish life, purchase cars, money getting missing, but then you want the people to just agree? If you want to change the lives of anyone, you must have a long-term or short-term programs that would, if you say you want to invest into agriculture, yet and still you should be able to provide rice from out of the country for the people to be able to purchase. They say dry meat strip, all you be eating so the meat get dry. And, so as much as you want to dry the meat, there should be some meat there for people to eat and to sell or to do whatsoever. Although some librarians take that to be a corrupt and parable. But you are right. It's not just about changes relatives, but some people just want to change leadership, and that's not what I'm standing for. Yeah, it's not what I want. If you want to change Liberia, we should change Liberia for the better. But I will tell you today, small boy, I will be honest with you. No Liberian politician are speaking about the economy. None of them have told us anything. It is our right to ask our leaders what you're going to do. It's not what have you done for me. No. What can you do for Liberia if we elect you? What can you do that will change the lives, whether we like it or not? Whether politicians are corrupt? But that question must be asked. And Liberians now, they have no problem. They elected some representatives and they are doing bad and they have gone 3 terms and they stay voting for them. They stay looking, instead of them blaming the leaders, we are blaming the people that are around the leaders, like George Weah. Everybody blaming the surrounding of George Weah and blaming legislators. Every agreement comes from the executive. The executive, the one that negotiate with companies. The executive is the one who negotiate. They will sit with you and say, what can you do? What can you do? Then when they finish, they take it to the House and the Senate to rectify it and to go through it and approve it. Then it's into law. Then the government can operate. It's not the legislators can do that. But some of the legislators need to come and say, no, 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 no. This thing you guys did not right. But guess what they do? Because they know the legislature is corrupt and the government, this executive, know that the interest is in that thing. What they did, they know each representative will get $50,000. You better sign it. The first time they gave them pickups, it was wrong. It should never happen to give pickup to sign. Oh, don't read the thing and just sign the thing. Because the government broke. The government looking at almost $1 billion, $850 million. In fact, almost, I think it's 600 million or 800 something. That's what they're looking at. You know, that's what they're looking at. So that's why they signed it. They gave you 50,000, you sign it. So that's the thing. So you can't blame the legislators. They can't blame the legislators. Eh? So that's the point. So you see, because the government know the legislators are corrupt, so they put small money in there and give it to them. Yeah. Okay. So it's still the case. I'm going to play the 5 watts and how for Mr. Cummings, and you can follow it. But tomorrow we'll be getting the news. So if yes, thank you, Cummings all the way. UP going to break away. They want to leave. They want to do this. That's the right. But let's wait and see. Because Mr. Baka out of the country, he have not said anything yet. He's in Ghana. He's in, he's in Ghana right now. And his boys are the one who making all the announcement. But until it can happen. And how about Ure, who brought guns for Liberia to kill 250,000? Yes. Chatila told him to pay for the gun from Maritime. Kennedy, just entertain yourself, brother. My man, if I'm wrong, you can tell me. But if you say about entertain yourself, trust me, I want you to really enjoy it because at least I'm educating you on something here. You can't tell me nothing about Liberian government. You said, me, I can do my own research. Come in stepson. Munel, please tell us who they put behind GMP. You only want to be president. You don't want to be president. But let me tell you guys, don't be surprised. Ure negotiating with CDC. I'm smelling something. My source is not 100% right, but there are things going on. Don't be surprised that Ure. And then what came to my mind when the person told me, when Maggie said on Spoon the other day, well, this election, don't be surprised. There will be a lot of surprises. There will be a lot of surprises. There will be some party that will join us or won't notice it. Okay. So, It looks like you are going crazy, my brother. Oh, Augustine, he said it looked like you are going crazy. You call me going crazy. Who's going crazy? Me? You see, that is what sometimes can bother me when people come on your show and say you are crazy. But the fact is that by you listening to me, then I think I'm sound. I'm not crazy. Just because you listening to me and you been, you know, stay looking, watching. Your first post was since 10:30 and you stay there looking and you say that I am crazy. That's a good thing. But at least I would prefer you're going to wait, you will watch me, and I will. Y'all see the man I say are going crazy? Y'all see him? Now the man who say are going crazy, y'all see his face? He said I'm crazy. Y'all see him? You can tell where he from. He went to People's College and went to North Canyon High School, lived in Chicago, Illinois, from Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. But he said I'm crazy, my people. You see, this guy say I'm crazy. I try to educate him. He's a Liberian, I show. He's a Liberian. But he said I'm crazy. They call him Augustus. Tell me. Why now he worked with construction company. Look at his face. Black. He need to bleach. uh tell me, my baby. Don't cause mama, I beg you. My man, I send it in to you, man. Send me your email because I sent it to you already, Donzo. I sent it to your messenger. I sent it to your messenger. Cook inside there. I sent it to your messenger, so check. Okay, let me check. Send me your. Bukan miskin. Donzo, I sent you the link on Messenger if you still watching me. Okay. Munel, since being vice president, you will have the power to change things. Why can't Cummings reduce his ego and become vice president to have a positive impact on the country? The problem with our country is that everyone wants to make history about. Okay, let me tell you something today, small boy. It's not about ego. It's not about ego. If you want to make things right, you should do it the right way. Nobody ever run for president. The four political parties came together and they came along with candidates. Mr. Bwaka have never ever walked to Mr. Cummings and to ask Mr. Cummings, can we put a team together? Nobody must tell Mr. Cummings to go as vice president. The standard bearer is his responsibility or her responsibility to choose. According to our constitution, the standard bearer of any political party will choose his or her vice president. According to the rules governing the CPP, the standard bearer must choose their vice president from any of the three political parties. So, If Mr. Bwaka wants Mr. Cummings to be vice president, he must make the contact. Not me, not you. We do not decide who is. That is why they had a thing that they have the consensus building. They got a VPS, which is nothing. It's just for document for information purposes. Then they got the convention primary, where if you cannot do it now, if Mr. Bwaka had a conversation with Mr. Cummings concerning vice president, then you have confidence in each other to go to the convention. And the vice president of America today, she was in the race. She dropped out of the race. When Joe Bwaka won, he collected a lot of women that he wanted to carry, and he decided choosing Madam Harris as his VP. Let the same thing happen. Mr. Cummings has the right to run for president. It's not about ego. Okay, why? Let me turn it around. There is nothing in the Constitution that if you're vice president, you can be a vice president again. There is nothing in the Constitution that why if I say let Mr. Bwaka get off the race. There are people in Unity Party who against Mr. Bwaka even contesting Gafwan. Most of the young people who believe that Mr. Bwaka should turn it over to them too. So why Mr. Cummings, Mr. Bwaka, his ego, why he couldn't put his ego aside and look for young people? Why? Go to the convention. So you over there today, when you're running, let me give you an advice today. If you're running for anything, any success in your life, do not put plan B. If you already have plan B, you will settle for plan B. Go in there because you know you qualify. When you lose, you can come up from plan B within no time. Don't go, you got a tournament coming up. Okay, for example, you're running for office in your college. They call you, they say, small ball, come here. My man, just forget it. Just be vice president, man. It's a defeat. What are you going to tell your supporters that you ask them to support you? What are you going to tell them? You don't hear nobody in America here to say who should go as VP. It's the right. You can only recommend. But you can tell Mr. Cummings to come, hello, Mr. Bwaka, how are you? You know, I just want to go as VP with you. That means you begging like Yombly. So if you think that Mr. Cummings will bring more to the table, then what are we going to waste our time on Mr. Bwaka? Let's go to the convention. Mr. Cummings, I will support Mr. Bwaka when he win the convention. Man, y'all stop it, man. Because I think you learn small thing here from here. Seriously. That one around. If Mr. Bwaka wants Mr. Cummings, let him be the one to tell Mr. Cummings. Oh yeah, I won't forget it. Ume Bwaka like it. Ume Bwaka like it. No matter who gets in power, nothing will change. You see, you already convinced that nothing will change. That is why you're not going to vote. Stop it, man. Change the fact that Liberians are the sole cause of their own problems. Liberians are too lazy. No, I disagree with you, Theophilus. I disagree with you. Liberians are not lazy. They're not lazy. If you're living out of Liberia today, then I'm surprised at you. In America, yeah, they got welfare, they got student loan, they got credit. People can credit. In Liberia, you got free education in Liberia right now from kindergarten to high school. No, you have any benefits in there that can keep people moving just in case? No. There are a lot of opportunities in America. You know what I'm saying? The people are not lazy. The government are the one who make the people that way. If the government stop taking all the money and put it in their pockets, there will be schools, there will be hospitals and whatsoever. Stop saying it. The problem in Liberia is governance problem. It's not know the people. It's not the people. Why would you be so selfish and wicked to make such a statement? You think the people, Liberians, are lazy? If you are in Liberia, they'll tell you the same thing. Today, you can go to Liberia now and say you will open, you start burning coal. But if you are in Liberia before you go burn coal, I can go to Liberia and burn coal. Then I'm burning the coal. I can go to Liberia and say I want to do farming. Then I'm going to get on the farm. Somebody going to do it for me because I got small money. Eh? You can take loan and go to school and get up to PhD. You can get it abroad. No. You can take credit. You can get credit and get car, house. You can do it abroad. No. Then you say the people lazy. Then you say the people lazy. When the only source of job in that place is government. Some people they're selling. You go down one side, you see everybody selling plastic bag. Who gonna buy? Hey, just stop it, man. I don't think it's fair. I don't think this is fair at all when you say Liberians are lazy. Everywhere in the world, they get lazy people. When you look at the population in Liberia, you look at the population in America, you will understand that Liberia, people lazy. In America, people are lazy. People on welfare. In Liberia, the people either go hustle, nothing, no work. People who had job before, no companies. The company can employ everybody. I don't know, man. To finish, man, stop it. You got the opportunity to live. Don't call your friends lazy people. No. We make them lazy. Where's the empowerment? We make them to understand only government job in the country. Instead of all encouraging people. The same people who voted for the increase in the government, they expand the government. We thought Ellen Johnson was going to reduce it. Joshua came there out of 40,000 employees, it gone to almost 45 to 50,000 and 55,000 employees in government. Increase the bill, the wage bill. Until they couldn't pay nobody, they reduce it again. Then you say the people lazy. Hey man, yeah. When I do this, man, we can't do this. Even we talk about Liberians going home to do business. There are a lot of Liberians who go home to do business. There are a lot of Liberians who building their houses. They build a house for themselves. They take their children, they enjoy, they get money, they enjoy. What good are they going to do with the government? Government regulates everything. Government encourages investors to come in the country to open. What government needs to do is to partnership with companies when they come into Liberia. Like mental steel. Government could partnership with mental steel and put something like $50 million in that damn business that we got share in the business too. That they can't just run away. You can't allow just come and take all the profit out of the country. In America, they do it. You cannot take your profit out of the business and leave. Government will partnership with big companies. Look at the JVC, Joint Venture Company, the Lamco. It was Liberia has share in it. Oh man, people. Bomb mines, Liberia had little share in it. They have managers yet there too. But don't call people say the lazy, man. I don't like the way we treat our people. We said that the government officials going to Ghana for hospital. They coming to America for hospital. Our own people can't even go to hospital. They go to GFK, they die. There's a lady today who work in the office there, work and with agriculture ministry. Heart attack. They won't start feeling pain or heart. She went to GFK. She went to all the hospitals. They refused her. They said maybe she got COVID. She died today. She died yesterday. She worked with agriculture ministry. Oh, my heart. Her brother put her in the car and carried to all the hospitals. Refused her. They said no bed. No bed. Because they thought she got COVID. So they won't touch her. She died. She worked with agriculture ministry. She died. Yeah, let's stop it, man. I don't like when we say this. You're right, foreign guy. You know, most people trying to say governmental experience, and private sector experience. One, okay, let me start with this. You went to school, you graduated, you got your degree in engineering. The first thing on your degree, do not have on it that your engineering degree is only for private sector or for public sector. Now, private sector is more difficult than government. In the private sector, your duty is to, in fact, there is no room for failure. They 100%. They want you to perform. You must go to work. You must do it. If you don't, they will replace you. In government, they just look for 50 to 51%. They can't just fire you in government. That's why Civil 7, even in America, the Civil 7, they don't get rid of you. In companies, when you're working there and you're not performing, they talk 1, 2, 3, they let you go. When time to return it, they will put you on the list. In government, now let's go to government. You got the president. The president, he got ministers. The ministers almost like board of directors. That's why the president have cabinet meetings some every Tuesday or Wednesday. All the ministers will come in. They will review the president agenda, and then they will carry on. When they leave, when they go back to the ministries, then they deal with the directors. They carry on the president agenda, but the president do not really push them, because you know why? You it's sometimes it's consensus. You got to make sure you get the will of the people to do certain things. But if the president said that we're going to increase taxes, and if the finance minister said, oh, we're going to increase taxes, you must convince the president how to increase the taxes. But the president will not even hold you responsible whether you make it or not. But in corporations, in the big corporations, they got the chairman of the board, they got all the board members, they got everybody, they got the managers, they got the president, everybody to that place. And when they finish, their responsibility is for that company to succeed. It's not to fail. When that company failed, let's say, for example, you're president of Hewlett Packard. If they don't make money, they let you go. They will let you go. You control thousands of people. That is what Mr. Cummings was doing. He had never been fired. He been audited with nothing lost. He deal with finance. He deal with legal affairs. He worked in operation. From there, he came to the administrative part. He controls the entire Africa from England. He was in England. Controls the entire Africa. Coca-Cola. You know what I'm saying? He has experience. But this is what people look at. One, they want to know how long you work, how was your work ethics and what's. But government experience, trust me, nobody really look at it. For them to, if they take you from government sometimes to private sector, they do that because based on, okay, in America, look, it's totally different. In America, most of them came from the private sector, and the government asked them, like, let's just say the Chevron, the Exxon boss, the guy who was the deputy, was the minister of state. He came over to Donald Trump, talked to him, and appointed him as foreign minister. When Donald Trump let him go, he went back into the private sector. So most of them left the private sector to come into public sector. So that mistake you're making, say, oh, Donald Trump failed. The public sector experience are better than private sector. The minister, okay, in fact, Janet right now, she work in the public sector, and now she into government. The former finance minister, treasury in America, he was a businessman. This former defense minister under George Bush, he was a businessman. A lot of them. And why is name again? This guy, Massachusetts, former governor, now he's from Utah, Senator Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney was a businessman. Now he's into government. So you see, he blended. So this is the advantage that Mr. Cummings has. Mr. Cummings has negotiated for Coca-Cola in so many countries. Ethiopia, number one. So Mr. Cummings was the guy who negotiated with countries for Coca-Cola. So right now, if Mr. Cummings is a president, he knows exactly how companies going to negotiate with Liberian government. He's going to put Liberia first. That is what other people was doing. In Liberia, Coca-Cola not making money. Because of Mr. Cummings is not the owner of Coca-Cola. But what Mr. Cummings did, he managed to put into Coca-Cola for Coca-Cola to keep other employees for 1 year on salary when they closed down during Ebola. He was able to convince Coca-Cola to give $1 million for the Ebola in Liberia. And at the same time, he went around and got $4 million worth of drugs for the same Ebola. You know what I'm saying? So in government, it's easy. It's easy. It's a symbol. Like in the private sector, Mr. Comey sitting way at the head office. He got to make sure that the Coca-Cola in Nigeria perform. How you think he do that? He was a chief financial officer, and he was in charge of legal affairs of the entire Coca-Cola around the world. Then you say he got experience. One, if you tell me that Mr. Bwaka did nothing as vice president, that means Mr. Bwaka don't have experience. That means he only sat there with Ellie and don't even utter nothing. He don't know what happened. He see no agreement. That means he touched nothing. So it is not how long you serve in government that make you to be whatsoever. He only serving as vice president. He was not foreign minister to say, oh, you didn't know a foreign minister, the man get travel. He know how to negotiate with people around the world. Everywhere he went as a messenger. Ellie sent him to go represent her because last minute time, Ellie used to send him, say, my man, go this place, go that place. Hi, he met the Chinese president whatsoever. That he was vice president. So if you tell me that public sector experience is more than private sector, you lie. You are a liar. Nobody can say that. No. It almost like a man going to private school. You send your children to private school and your children and the other one going to public school. In the public school, they say 70. In the private school, they say 80, you pass. You see how you're working hard? You see it? So in the private school, 70, they're not grades. In the public school, 70, you make it. You going. So please. So I don't know why you guys talk about public sector. And the first thing the old man you're talking about, everywhere he fired, whether it was political, whether it was based on his performance, he was fired. Vice president, he went 12 years and Labrepo fired him. If he was a good man, they were going to vote for him. But because the people never had confidence in George Weah and Omer Bwaka, that is why almost over 300,000 Liberians did not vote. Because imagine the first round, it was 1.6 million people that voted in the first round. In the second round, it was 1 million, 1.2 voted. You see? So where the other people went in? Because they had no confidence. But today they blame ANC for not voting for the for not allowing for because Mr. Cummings did not endorse him publicly. But Bromsky never did it. Dillon said never endorsed the woman publicly. So I think that's the best, simplest way I could bring this down. But who think so? This is the thing. Our constitution says that you must be a Liberian citizen, 35 years old, and $25,000 worth of property or whatsoever. In the constitution, there is nothing about education to be president. Nothing. Because only the people will look at your resume, and your resume is not on paper. Some people's resume is popularity. In fact, popularity. But it's always good when you get at least 80% of educated or 70%, you will try. But where you get 80% illiterate, they just look and say, damn, I mean, I got correct. Look at that guy. Oh, my man, I got money. They don't look at what you're going to do. That is time you can hear the people say, but what you not do for us when the war was on? I didn't see you come here to do what? When the war was on, I see man, you talking about went to a family people place. He went to take care of his family too. My own family take care of me. Or sometimes I'm lucky I met that man, the man give me small thing. He ain't forced to do nothing for me. But at the same time, we won't complain, but we voted for somebody who ain't do nothing for us. They ain't get our rights. They ain't dig where. They ain't do nothing, but we voted for them. Then the other man will say, my man, you won't qualify. My friend won't know you, man. So because illiteracy killing us. Killing us. We need to educate our people. What will you do for Liberia if we elect you as president? What is your stance? How are you going to change the education system in Liberia? What will you do when it comes to the justice system? Because we know that our justice system is weak. You ask the question, let him put himself on record. Now, when you hear President or Kennedy talking about we, Mr. Cummings is honest. He said, when our president, it will not be overnight. It will not be overnight, but we will notice it in the first 6 months. As time go by, he said, before my first time over, Liberia will be able to feed himself. Because you know what? It's something that he take priority over, that we will invest into government, into it. That man's job is to make people make money. Is to tell you that when you get fasting, don't eat all. Keep it for rainy days. That's why Mr. Cummings invested all his money in the stock market, in the bank capital. He got the Cummings fund, investment. He invested money all just so it will grow. How many Liberians can do it? How many Liberians? He never say, "Oh, I'm rich," but by the way he live, you know he rich. You know he's not going to build a new house. That man passion was to go to Liberia a long time, but that man decided to work and settle himself correctly. Mr. Cummings are going to live long time, but you see in life, when a rep is rep, the man spent 20 years with Coca-Cola. After Pittsburgh, he went to Coca-Cola. The man worked with Pittsburgh Food Company. He was the first black 36-year-old vice president responsible for Asia, over $1 billion budget. Go check it, Pittsburgh Food Company. This flour, they make all the food thing, they put on the plane, all kinds of things. Eh? Then he went to Coca-Cola. He applied. He always followed his dream. God bless him. And not like us. Some of us stay struggling. You stay struggling. Don't ever nobody for what they get. What for you shall see your face. You know what I'm saying? He always talk about Liberia. Go back to Mr. Cummings' all interview before even 2000. He talking about Liberia. He believed in the system. He never worked in a place where owned by his mom and pa. He just like you myself, poor kid. His mom used to sell Doka Flair. His pa was a priest. He left the government. He became a priest. He used to collect the Doka Flair money for his mom. See, so it's not just about Cummings. Mr. Cummings could go back to Liberia, enjoy himself, go all over the world, and that's it. But Mr. Cummings sat down for long. He said, "No, I can't help everybody. But for what I know, I can change the system. I can put things together that the government will be able to reach out to the entire country." But it means that for you to help Liberians, you must be president. But because Mr. Cummings respect human dignity, that is why today Mr. Cummings will not tell you who all he gave money to. Only people must come out. Now, some of us playing high here can be talking it. Mr. Cummings, I will not tell nobody. He said, I challenge anybody who, if I help you, come up and say, I help you. He said, Mr. Boaka think that I ain't get him money for the election. Then he come up. If either Gonglo say, oh, Mr. Cummings give me 1 cent, let her take it from her mouth. Just say, Mr. Cummings give me nothing. Only direct don't say, oh, hey, I will not lie to you, Mr. Cummings supported me. Let Taylor Ure come up and say, Mr. Cummings give her money for the election. Let her say it. They will never. They make it go around be, oh, I gave John Brown, oh, I sent John Brown to school, oh, I did the other 1 year. That man as an individual has spent more in Liberia than anybody. Let me show you something. I will just read it. This came from a sedition, a young kid doing a PhD right now. Let me put it in there.
She broke her arm. She did? Yeah. So she didn't start the season right? No. She was on the varsity too. So on the varsity? She can't start the season right. That's so good. There's a scrimmage they had, and there's like one group just ran into her. Okay, too long. Oh, he ain't too long, no muscle. Especially tall. When I saw the picture, she's talking right here. I said, she's talking.
This kid sent me something here. I was so surprised. I said, wow. He said, me, nobody can nobody can stop me if Mr. Cummings is president because I'm qualified. But this is what Mr. Cummings have done in Liberia. He listed everything. Oh. He said, yeah, she's why it's so long. He said, wow, Cummings is something. Alexander B. Cummings Jr. done for Liberia. The following are projects and initiative that Mr. Cummings have funded. He said, leverage his position and network to provide over $2 million in fund and support to Liberia. This one you're talking about, that was a long time before he even run for president. That's a sedition right to me. He said provided academic scholarship for Liberians both in Liberia and abroad. Sponsored the Alexander B. Cummings Innovation Center, African Methodist Episcopal University. There's the master section, the master degree class, and whatsoever is named after him. Support funding for over 20 water projects in Liberia through local NGOs and local NGOs operating in Montserrat County, Nimba County, and Riverside counties. Facilitated the construction and dedication of a multi-million dollar school in Painesville that will focus on STEM. Somebody talk about it here. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Education, the first of its kind in Liberia. This was not written by me. Someone sent it. Led a high-level delegation to Liberia during the height of the Ebola crisis to expand Coca-Cola activities. He was also in the front line distributing relief items. But he caused noise, he made no noise. Mr. Cummings, as Coca-Cola man, could not open a foundation for himself because that is why Mr. Cummings opened the AfriCare Foundation sponsored by Coca-Cola for Coca-Cola families. If he do that, it was conflict of interest. But that one was Coca-Cola. In 2011, look here. In 2011, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf conferred on him Knight's Grand Band in the Human Order of African Redemption, the highest honor ever. In 2011, nobody knew about it. It is one of the highest state honor a Liberian president can confer on an individual for innumerous contributions to society. Launched the Cummings Africa Foundation to cater to the less fortunate. He launched the Cummings Africa Foundation to cater to the less fortunate. In less than 2 years, Cummings African Foundation (CAF) implemented 22 quick impact projects with 25 implementing partners, which benefited 30,097 beneficiaries. About 289,000, yeah, $289,000 was spent in the area of education, health, agriculture, development. Paid, listen now, he paid WIAC fee, and provided tutorial support for 2,322 students from 21 schools across the country. Total project expenditure $106,000. This man was the first librarian I ever did it before George we have followed. But we got to talk about it. We got to talk about this thing, and I will continue to talk about it all the time. Established a scholarship financial program with University of Liberia. At that place there, he's contributed $1 million for 30 students. Partner with Africa United Methodist Episcopal University, AMU, and provide a scholarship for financial aid, $168,650 for 18 master's associate beneficiaries and 12 full-time scholarship. Long list. Look at so money. 2,000, one 1,000. I can't read the whole thing here. So you see, so this is it. So guys, I'm going to leave you from here. I think we got to start talking about it now. We'll have to talk about it when it comes to this whole Mr. Cummings achievement in Liberia. We're not going to sit back and why aren't you seeing my comment? I mean, I'm not going through all the comments right now. Your comments is where I'm coming down. Relax. ANC introduced cash violence in CPP. Cash violence in CPP? But like your business, you think election cheap? Man, move from here, man. Dana say ANC is worried. CPP is a complete mess. UP and ALP leaving. We're not worried. We're happy. For me, long time was going to do it. Long time. You see, like your statement, I can know exactly that you from or your Unity Party man. Yeah. Look at Amos. Amos, where you from? He said, where was him? 1990 when Liberians was truly in need. Shut your damn mouth. Big guy, you know a damn thing. You expected Mr. Cummings to come to you and give you food? 1990, where were you? Our in-law bureau was struggling. You think that Mr. Cummings' responsibility for me? You think he responsible for you? The person you voted for, Ellen Johnson, or even Boaka, where was Boaka? Boaka was living all over the country. He was in Ghana. They went bureau with interim government. You don't know that? You do know that Mr. Boaka was in Ghana at the time too, and he came bureau with interim government. In the Joshua you voted for, what he did. You even shame to bring all comment. You like one can go and say, "Oh, the people raped my sister. That's why I want silent." Can we bring 1990 and shut your damn mouth, man? Look at baseball too damn much. Yeah, Rochelle. Where was Mr. Cummings 1990? Where were you 1990? That Mr. Cummings carry you in the refugee camp? Mr. Cummings was the one that carried you in refugee camp for you to know where Mr. Cummings 1990. Mr. Cummings was struggling just like you with his family people too. You get it? Before you say, well, Mr. Cummings 1990. 10. That's the one that's sort of called lazy. You're the one that's sort of called lazy. You think that Mr. Cummings' responsibility for me to go in refugee camp or to support me? I have my own family to support me. Mr. Cummings had his own family. He was worried about his family too. He was worried. You think Mr. Family, you see Mr. Cummings' man brought him to America? You think Mr. Cummings' man embarked him to America and they sent for Mr. Cummings? No, like, you're too hard to learn because you're limited. Backward-minded people. Backward-minded people. My man, how will you say Mr. Cummings should not associate, but Mr. Boaka can associate himself with Killer? Mr. Boaka can associate himself with Euro. It's okay. Man, shut up, man. Mr. Boaka, we don't want mobility chairman. Eh? Why Mr. Boaka associating himself with Euro? Running all over the place with Euro. Euro eat to your house in the morning, eat your house in the afternoon. All of your desperation, are fear and desperation killing you. That's a real fear and desperation. Oh, and you see, Samuel, anything you do, you plan, my brother. He said, I'm talking about the election at way 2023. Way 2023? Yeah. You must be sitting there. I'm sorry to say that most Liberians do not understand what democracy is. I have monitored a lot of people who have fallen prey to this temptation of insulting people because they don't agree with them. You think this is what they call democracy when you come and say nonsense? Democracy is not about speaking nonsense, my brother. Democracy, you will speak the truth. Bomi Kante is not even a county, my brother. Bomi Kante, that every snow you vote for. Bomi Kante, you people are nobody. Let me tell you the real truth. If that Bomi Kante you're looking up to, or say Bomi Kante will not vote for Mr. Cummings, who will vote for Boaka? If they don't vote for Cummings, who are going to vote for Boaka or Uri or whosoever? Your argument is baseless. It makes sense. I'm not here to convince you, so I can tell you any damn thing and get you off. But then Amos Vincent, then you don't even know what you're up to, my brother, because election is not cheap. You must transport people. You must get money to get car to go from county to county. So if your people broke, then I'm a responsibility that they don't want to run for president. So if you're supporting Boaga, then you on your own because Boaga is damn broke. How you manage it? The you people are broke too. They won't spend 1 cent to support the woman. But Amos Vincent, you don't know a damn thing about your own country. You don't know nothing about Liberia. So the fact of the matter is that how do you think I can convince you when you don't even know anything about your country? If you knew something about Liberia, then I will help you a little bit. But you don't know nothing about Liberia. Eh? You are the people then who caused the problem because it's the same thing when things were going wrong. Y'all say, oh, don't worry, man. The war will soon end. You see how you're learning from me right now? You will stay. You're not going nowhere. You will watch me and you will learn from me. By the time you put the phone down, you will understand that you see him. This is Amos J. Vincent. Yeah, you can tell one of the corrupt ones from Liberia, the one who they ate their own money, they come now, they stay supporting you. You lie, Amos, you on your own. You on your own, Amos. Oh, yeah, it's a UP guy. Yeah, Amos Vince is a PUP man. If my visit, you proposal, you support Joe. We are now in that easy Joe. We ain't get you nothing. So you supported Joe Boga. It was Vincent. Amos, my man, you need to say something good, man. Don't make Liberians look funny, man. Talking about you think about help Liberia before you vote for them. That is the one that taught them. Eh? Yeah, that my kids talking because it's time now for them to go to bed. Vincent again, when you say the mail who had given to Liberia than any other person is President George Nima. What? We are Cummings is just showing his face. Man, Vince, I would disrespect you. Shut your mouth. You don't know a damn thing about your own country, Liberia. If you can sit and tell me, say, President, we are giving more to Liberia than Mr. Cummings, show me one project that was carried on by Mr. Weah in Liberia before he became president. One project. I see why you stay in Liberia, in America. You're not going nowhere. Do you look stupid like you to tell you the person that sent it to me? I said the person is a sedition. Do you are stupid like you? Something like maybe I will tell you something just now. I'm gonna show this. Oh, let me tell you something. Getting to the end of it, then I'm not here to count. I must send a student. I must send a person name to you. Your people they ain't get no damn respect. Y'all lie so much. Look at the kind of thing you're talking about: feeding somebody, getting somebody. What a man did to us. Where he give me money. Why you can go big, Mr. Cummings? Say you won't be begging. I mean, I can't wait for the people to make the announcement. Yeah, stupid teachers. Talk about George Weah did this. Show me one project for George Weah. Show me one project. Show me one project. I know everybody say block the guy, man. I just hate stupid people. And I older guy too. The owner ideas, I don't know where they come from. They ain't here again. I truly eating your bone. Who bone you eating? You eating my bone. You only making I don't just want me to make yourself look funny for everybody here. Because all the things you say make no sense. You brave to radical say that thing. Show me one way or one little billboard I put up by President Weah before he became president. Stop it, man. Don't make yourself look small on the show here. I don't like to do this, but sometimes it get to me when I see people trying to make themselves look funny. Okay, guys, I leave you with this, and I don't want you to go nowhere. There is no politician. In fact, the judge you are talking about never told us what he was going to do before. He never said that he was going to help us. He never said he was going to change Liberia because he has no plans. But at least the only politician that I know that say that we can do this. This is how we can do it. We can do this one, we can do it. So the 5 watts and how. Listen to it for yourself. If you're tired, listen to it, Vamut, and have a good day. But after this, I will come and tell you goodbye.
Chicken they grow for days.
The oldest republic in Africa. And yet, we're one of the least developed countries on the continent, and indeed one of the least developed countries in the world. And I say to you, my fellow Liberians, we deserve a better Liberia. We need to ask ourselves some fundamental questions. Why are we where we are? Most Liberian homes don't have electricity. Most Liberian homes don't have running water. Most Liberians are unemployed. These are things we can change. These are things we should demand of ourselves and of our leaders. We, as Liberians, cannot keep doing the same things and expect different results. We cannot keep electing and selecting the same kinds of leaders with the same kinds of experiences and expect Liberia to change. We have to do many things differently, and that starts with selecting and electing new leaders who know how to create jobs, who know how to grow the economy, who will prioritize the Liberian people first before they prioritize themselves. And this is what I offer you, the Liberian people. The other universal truth that I want to share with you, my fellow Liberians, is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And again, I ask you to look at my record of job creation, of success, of managing large budgets without one penny going missing. All of these things you can look at and compare to the other candidates. And again, you will see that my past performance and past behavior is a good predictor, a good indicator that what I commit to, we will deliver. There are 5 priorities we have, and we call that the what's. And then there are 5 things we call the how we'll do it. And those priorities are as follows. Our first priority is infrastructure. Simply put, it's electricity, it's roads, it's water, and it's internet and cell phone connectivity across Liberia. We have to invest in infrastructure. That is the top priority. That's the basis on which we can and will do everything else. The second priority for us is job creation. There are too many unemployed, underemployed, and unemployable Liberians. The unemployment rate is over 85%. And therefore, job creation is our next priority, creating jobs for the Liberian people. The next priority is agriculture. We are a country that do not fear ourselves. These are things we can do for ourselves. We should be producing rice to feed ourselves. And my commitment is that by the end of my first term in office, we will be self-sufficient in rice production. And within education, we're focused on vocational training, teachers training, and adult education. But we have to educate our young people because, again, that's how we can help them create jobs. That's how we can train farmers. And so these things are all linked together. And our final priority in terms of the what's is health. Because you can have good infrastructure, you can have a good job, you can feed yourself, you can have great education, but if you don't have your health, it doesn't matter. And so health is our 5th priority, and there we're focused on primary health care and preventive health care. So those are the what's we'll do for our people, for the Liberian people. How are we going to do these things? The first how is we want to engage Liberians differently in the transformation of our country. We call this hearts and minds. How do we get all Liberians to participate in the changes that are required? We're going to use arts and music and culture and reconciliation and religion. All of these things, we will be deliberate in using these things to engage us as a people in this transformation process. And so we're doing some work on how we can make those things happen. The next how is that we're going to find the money. We have to find the resources, the money, to do all of the what I mentioned earlier. And the way we'll find the money is first we'll go after waste in government. We spend a lot of money on things that we don't need, or we pay too much for things that we do need. So for example, I believe the vehicles we buy for our government officials, we spend too much money on that. We should reduce the number of vehicles, and we should buy less expensive vehicles for our government officials. We need to reduce how much they make so we can pay teachers and civil servants and police officers and the military officers and healthcare workers, people who actually do the work. We need to pay them more money and reduce the gap between those on top and those who actually do the work. The other way we'll find the money is going after this thing called corruption. Corruption has been the bane of our country. Is the primary reason why we are as underdeveloped as we are today. And we will aggressively go after corruption. The first thing we'll do is we will appoint a corruption czar, a minister in charge of corruption in the presidency that will coordinate all of the agencies that are meant to find corrupt officials. Second thing we'll do is we'll make sure we are giving the resources, the money, the right people, the right logistics to the anti-corruption agencies, the LACC, Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, the General Accounting Office, the Public Procurement and Concessions Commission. We will make sure they got the right resources to go after corrupt officials. After that, when we find people who are corrupt, we will prosecute them, we will put them in jail, and we'll seize the assets. It will not be good enough for you just to resign. So those are the things we will do to really go after corruption. I have committed that I will not take a salary. The salary that is paid the president, I will allocate it towards helping to fight corruption. That's how important I think it is to
transfer assets into your kids.
And then the other way we'll find the money is
you bought a house for $300,000 and it appreciates to $500,000. If you put that house in that kid's name, they now become responsible for the tax on $200,000 of appreciation. Instead, put the house in a living trust so that when you pass away, they inherit the property with no probate and they receive a step of a cost basis, which allows them to receive the home tax.
So finding the money is the second how. The next how is we want to create a government of inclusion. We want all sections of our country to be represented in the government. We want opposition political parties to be in government. Because we believe that having a government inclusion will help all of us make the right decisions. It will make sure that we're spreading the resources of our country across the entire country. And then the last two hows, one is growing the private sector. We will focus on growing the private sector so Liberians can primarily benefit from that growth. No longer should Liberian business people be spectators to our economy. And we want to actively support Liberianization and encourage and provide credit and other facilities to Liberian businesses so they can participate. And last but not least, we will use technology. We'll leverage technology to help us achieve our goals. So those are the what's and the hows. But let me end by leaving you again with these two universal truths. One is we cannot keep doing the same things, my people, and expect different results. We cannot keep electing the same people with the same experiences and expect Liberia to change. We need to elect and select different people to lead us, to serve us, to help us manage and run our country. And the other universal truth is the best predictor of future performance and future behavior is past performance and past behavior. And on those two counts, I believe I stand head and shoulders above the other candidates aspiring. Together, we will change Liberia for the benefit of all Liberians. We will transform our country. We will give us a new start, a fresh start, so that all of us can benefit from this country we love. I thank you. God bless you. God bless the Republic of Liberia.
Chicken they grow for days.
Okay, and Amos Vincent, J. Vincent, you said you work for the past government. So that means you see, you were one of those who were part of the past government that created the problem. Now you're expecting the Liberian people to put you back there again. You see, I insulted you, but the question you asked as a responsible man, what did Ellen did for Liberians before you voted for Ellen Johnson when you work in the past government? What she did for Liberia, nothing she did for Liberians. She did nothing for Liberians or Liberia because she brought war along with Charles Taylor. But you work for her. Now you're working this government here. But if you tell me that George Weah was the best guy that did something for Liberia, you lie too, because George Weah did nothing for Liberians. He was able to help other Liberians in his own way, weak ways. But project-wise in Liberia, there is nothing you can show that George Weah did. Not one word that he ever put back. So because the way you behave, that is why I answer you that way. So if you say, I'm sorry, but no problem, you still love me, I still love you as a Liberian. You understand? Good. But I hope we change Liberia for the better. And let's stop asking what the individual want to do for our people and did for them before. No. Another one, Caesar, you can know that Peking, he said, Papi, and Liberian people now hear more than this before. Sweet more talk. How will you say a sweet mouth? I'm not telling you to vote for me. I want you to think for yourself and vote for the right person. I want you to listen to people. If you voted for George Weah, then you get nothing because George Weah ain't tell you what you're going to do. But since you changed, I don't want to blame you for voting for George Weah or Ellen Johnson or whatsoever. Or maybe you're not qualified to vote at the time. Maybe you're still a little kid. But what I want you to do, Caesar, I just want to look at the picture so I just assume I'm older than you. Because you call me Papi, so I'm older than you. That's true. I'm 52 years old. But I want you to look and decide for yourself who to vote for. I'm not telling you vote for me. I'm not running a street mouth. I'm not forcing you to vote for Mr. Cummings, but I'm only telling you that he's the best person. Since if you either want to know for yourself or I can tell you, yeah, good. You're right. He doesn't deserve it, sir. You're right. I take it back. But anyway, he got it already. JB, our choice. Yeah, my man, our choice. That my choice, oh, that my choice, oh. That my choice, oh, that my choice. Okay, guys, I see you guys, man. I gotta go. I got other things to do. Let me just finish with. Okay, Thomas Scally. That's your choice, my brother. I respect that. I'm not going to argue on that. Yeah, I'm not going to argue on that. So, guys, this is Mural Kishen, aka the General. I hope to be on tomorrow and we'll discuss it. So I'm just waiting for. Okay, you small ball for me. God bless you. Okay, but I know you can't ball me because I know you got no 50-year-old son, so you can't ball me. But if you say a small ball for you, maybe it depends on what you're making. What you talking about anyway? But you should understand about grown men. I got family that take care of him. But at the age wise you're talking about, then no problem. Maybe you few years older than me. But if you think that you that old, I expect wisdom out of you. Don't talk about what he did for people in the 90s and what they kind of thing ain't look ain't make ain't sound right. Okay, Amos Vincent, I am your little brother. I accept it. I can never reach your age, and other people will never reach my age too. So you see, age is something that go up and never come down. So hey, don't bluff with it. I know somebody who older than you. I know somebody who older than you too. Oh, what Amos not right again? Okay, that is same old thing. Okay, guys. I hope you have a good night. You enjoy yourself, and I appreciate the comments. Although I went hard on people, but if I said anything that you don't like, I'm sorry. And sometimes I just get tense on certain things, but I just want for people to say what is right for the audience, for Liberians. You know, sometimes we make our people look bad and we make ourselves look bad. But voting for leaders is not you have to do for them. Bill Willie, you say your record on job creation where? I don't know what you're talking about. So I don't know what the hell I got to answer you. I can't speak on, I don't know exactly what you're talking about. You just said job creation, job and your record on job creation where? I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about somebody else? I don't know. So, guys, Merry Christmas in advance. And don't forget to send Christmas gift to some people in Liberia. Help people. You can give them $10, $20, and whatsoever. And tomorrow is the 22nd. That is when my Christmas gift is going out. So tomorrow I'll be sending my Christmas gifts to some people in Liberia. It's a random Christmas gift, and I will be sending it out. Some people might get 20, 25, 50, depends what my heart lead me on. And I want to say thanks to some guys who sent me something. So Christmas is about giving. Yeah. If you want to send my Christmas gift, you can send it to Amos Vincent. You can send me a Christmas gift. Let me put a cash app there. So because I send the money to Liberia, but I'm doing it tomorrow. I got some people that send money for me already. Some people send me $10. Somebody send me $5. But that's good. I appreciate anything. So this is my number. You can send me your cash app. If you can send me $50, I can divide it into two person. And but if you don't, it's not a must that you do it now. I'm not saying that you got to do it, but I'm just. But Vincent, we're going to bed together. I talked to you already. Don't worry, we're going to bed together. I'm not the only person going to bed unless you want to tell me say you're working in Anaki the time already. So I mean, Cummings did a lot for Liberia. Don't say that, man. Cummings did a lot for Liberia. Okay, guys, have a good day, good night, and I love you all. You are a Liberian, and I respect you for who you support. It is your right to support whoever you want to support. It is my right to support whoever, and I don't think I should hold it against you. The only thing we should be very saver and let us stick to the issue. But if I'm supporting Mr. Cummings, I'm speaking on the issues. I expect you to do the same thing. Tell me what your candidate is going to do for Liberia. Don't just continue to criticize my candidate. Oh man, move right that man, I fully man. Oh, move right, Mr. Cummings, that shot man. Well, move right, Mr. Cummings would never ever be president. You're not making a case. I'm making my case, and why you saying something? Yeah, what he not do for Liberians, and we know other Liberians didn't do a damn thing for Liberians, but we'll make them president. But technically, and the truth is that you don't need to do anything for somebody before they elect you. All we need to do is to ask them what they will do. If they're there before we ask them, what have you done? Show me your record. If I could give you another time, like what we do to our representatives. So it's not about what are you going refugee camp, because the hard limit Liberians are the thing that you must give them money to vote. No, it's the same thing buying. But election is not cheap. So if you think that because we used to selling votes, we used to pay for play in Liberia, so we think everybody going to do it. But listen, election is not cheap. You must get money to talk to people to come over to you. You must gather them together. You must find food for them to do it right in America. You go to rallies. They get some free water all over the place. They get free burger. People eating burger. People doing all kinds of things. They do the same thing. But America is different. The Liberia people poor. So the candidate is the one who got the money. The people are poor in Liberia, so you don't expect anything.
How many of y'all brought CVS and Walgreens?
Hello? Afro Vikings. What's up?
General, you saw my message. Why you didn't reply, man? We coming up. Our program the bottom line. In fact, I told you about it.
No, I see you. I see no information from you. I see you. Hello? Yeah, you can hear me? Yeah. You send it to my messenger? Because I open my messenger. When you send it today? Hello? Yeah.
Not in the business, you catching fever. Getting serious like empty river. Ain't no stopping by the river. And as we coming, we sweeping, we cutting, we moving all the way. Yeah, yeah. We coming, yeah. Well, it's gonna be coming. As we coming, we sweeping, we coming. Anywhere we meet up, speak. Well, it's gonna be coming. Yeah, you're coming, yeah. We coming.